exhibitors the stars, Gilt show paperwork, the original paperwork to the show ring. An announcement for the stars ring. Please bring all exhibitors your paperwork to the ring.
Okay, the Gilts in the ring have been excused. The Gilts in the ring have been excused. You can go back to your tents and please give them a round of applause. And this is the first call for Class 4 Light OPB. Class 4 Light OPB.
Another really good Burke class here at the top end, and the one that wins the class is the young man in the black vest or brown vest or whatever it is. Better design. That's a taller fronted one that's leveler in terms of its pin set from hooks to pins. It's one that's so good in terms of its reach, both off its fore and rear. I like this one in terms of the shape and slope to its forearm, and so true and square from pin hock to ground. Still plenty enough body and squareness to go along with it. The young lady in second, that one probably does have just a notch more center rib and just a notch more spread down its top. That one's lower fronted and rougher at its ham-loin junction and wants to drop its pins in relation to where to levelness of its hip. This one's really good in terms of its chest floor. That's an awesome young showman that does a great job. And quite frankly, if the showman won that good, I think you'd be able to see those points I'm seeing. Just its symmetry and its top line is really good. It's one that's good in terms of its blend at its transition points. True in terms of its squareness and width coming at you. Really good in terms of its stoutness of skull. Just runs out of gas in terms of rear leg bone and especially foot size on that one. Young lady that comes out next is one that's still good in terms of its chest, big in terms of its forearm, transitions out of its blade into an awesome rib cage. It's one that for me is also quicker and shorter in terms of its length up front, but especially as you study that one in its hip, it's shorter and steeper in its hip, and consequently one that doesn't pull its rear leg as back as far as what I'd like when viewed from the side. The young lady that comes out next is one that is really good in terms of its chest floor and its presence through its front 1/3. I like that one in terms of its neck coming out of the front side of its skeleton. When you get right behind that one, it's the most counterfeit in terms of the way that one tracks. It's narrower tracking in relation to the width at the pins and the hocks. Get just a notch too narrow down at the ground. A little more unstable because of that in its hock, but a good class of Berkshire Gilts. Give those exhibitors a big hand.
The results of our Class 2 Berkshire class. This class, the first 3 will be called back for consideration for sale spots. 3 pigs out of Class 2 will be called back for sales consideration. Tenth place went to Holt Sims of Stephenville FFA. 9th place, Sarah Koenig from Vista Ridge FFA. 8th place, Billy Whitehead, Andrews County 4-H. 7th place, Owen Bunch, Santo FFA. 6th place, Cameron Craddock, Howell FFA. 5th place, Taylor Chase, Gerald FFA. 4th place, Kendi Smith, Midland County 4-H. 3rd place, David Sanchez, Floydada FFA. 2nd place, Paisley Long, Madison County 4-H. And 1st place to Grant Jerez, Greenwood FFA. At this time, we would like to call in our first 2 placings in Class 1 and our first 3 placings in Class 2 Berkshires back to the ring for show for a potential sale spot. Bring back your Berkshire place 1 and 2 in Class 1 and your Berkshire Class 2 placings 1, 2, and 3. Bring them back to the ring.
The young lady Gilt here that wins this class is one that does so pretty handily when you get on top of her. That Gilt's got a great big back rolled up in her. You get her out here and watch her in motion, even though she's the heaviest muscle one, I still think she's as loose off of both ends of her skeleton as any of the other Gilts in the drive. In an ideal world, maybe I could tie that a little differently and maybe just push her shoulder back in her ever so slightly. But I still think her build and look is plenty good in this class, considering she's the big back one that's got the big hip and is still a loose one when you get in behind her and watch her go. The young man's Gilt here that goes to just continue to work her way up in this class. This isn't one that comes out here and is just as stout as some of them. She probably doesn't have as much muscle as some of them. But as you watch this one get around the ring, there's no question that her looseness of build has to make her stay in the top pair in my mind. Her shoulder is better than most of them, and really in motion, her hip and hind leg is very good. She is frailer at the surface, and the pigs on each side of her, no doubt, are stouter than her. There's no doubt that they've got more muscle than her, but that one's build, for me, has to work her up into the top pair. Gilt here that goes in third, like we talked about, probably a little stouter than the one right ahead of her. If you put that one into motion and watch her on both ends of her skeleton, she wants to get a little straighter, and with that, she's a little quicker to the step off each end. I do like when you get on top of that one. She does have some good spread in between her blades. There's enough hip working in that one. If we can make her looser off each end, we can certainly get that one a spot higher in this class. Roy coming out next, patterns up good from the side. The Gilt is attractive and extended ahead of her blade, and I like the extra length of body and length of spine that she's got. as we compare her to the ones that went ahead of her, she's frailer in her bone work, she's narrower, she's step right in behind her, and I would like to strengthen that one just ever so slightly on her front toes. But from the muscle, she's got a big hind leg, all the added extras that we've caked onto that one's skeleton in terms of just width and muscle work to her disadvantage. As you put her in motion, she gets more restricted off both ends of her skeleton, and as the drive wore on, she really wanted to fight the young lady showing her and just got tight and bound up as we got her out here and kept her on the move. One coming out next, we didn't initially get pinned off in the back, but as we come back out here, I just thought she had a look of quality through the front third of her skeleton. She's got some softness to the center portion of her body cavity. The reason she didn't get initially sorted to the top, because she likes to run downhill from the side, and she needs to be heavier bone. Two Gilts coming out next are some interesting pieces. The hairy one here is uber stout. I'd like to make that one just a little bit more attractive to the front third of her skeleton. I'd like to present that one a little fresher in terms of skin height and hair, but certainly one in terms of this bone work. You can appreciate her. She's got some muscle. We can make that one more extended up front, make her just a little sharper look and her balance a little bit better. Could certainly get that one higher. Young man's Gilt is one that's presented well and very fresh up high. I think it's a very crisp back, and I love that about this Gilt. She's too hard about her body cavity. She gets a little straighter off both ends. Really a nice class. Let's send all them kids to the back with a round of applause.
Okay, the placings in Class 3 light OPV. 8, Elliott Stroman, San Patricio County. 7, Leslie Maxfield Owens from Lubbock County. 6, Katie Elliott from Miles, FFA. 3, we're now judging Class 4.
We need our place 2, Class 1 Berkshire to the show ring. Class 1 Berkshire, place 2 to the Stars show ring. At this time, we would like to call your Chester Whites, Class 1, to the Stars Gilt ring. Class 1 Chester Whites to the Stars ring. Let's hold up on the white chesters. Hold up on the white chesters for just a few minutes. I'll recall. Hold up on the white chesters for the Stars Gilts.
Attention in the barn, Star Gilt Show exhibitors. We're going to go ahead and move around our Chesters. We're going to move around them. We're going to start with our Durocs. We'll wait because we're still showing Chesters on the east side of the ring. So you guys that got those Chesters, put them back to bed. We're going to go ahead and start our Durocs next. Let's have that first class of Durocs. Bring them up. Bring up your first class of Durocs.
Nice pair here at the top, and certainly as I'm sorting these, you're deciding on which end of the skeleton you want to put more preference, because there's one out here that's not as neat fronted, and then there's one out here that's that same one that's not as neat fronted is certainly more secure and correct in terms of the function and go and form instead of that one's rear leg. I actually do think that within this breed, as we've tried to make them more exotic looking and not that the one in second is this, but as we've made these things better looking up front, we've taken bone away and we've sacrificed structure and mobility. The one that for me just reads like a sow, and everyone out here is going to say, well, he likes fat-headed ones. Hey, this breed's supposed to be a little bit fat-headed. The young lady in the pink's going to win this class. That one's got an awesome running gear, guys. I mean, it's in terms of its floating across the ring and its reach and grab of the surface and its curvature to its forearm. It's a big forearm with a big engine, and it's so much more secure and stable off of its rear leg than the one is in second. The one in second, certainly more attractive through its throat latch, no doubt. It gives you more of an exotic look, no doubt. I don't think this one is as big in terms of its rear leg, but more than anything, I don't think that one's as level in its hip and as stable and comfortable out of its hip hock to the ground. And as you study that one in motion from behind, it wants to get outside the plane in terms of pin hock to ground. The hock wants to deviate outside that plane. It gets a little shorter and choppier in its step. Man, that's a cool tail writ on that one. That's a big tail writ, and that means something to me because those things will always be stout for life. The one that comes out next and third, I'm sure the family was thinking the same time, always at home when this flag tail one always wants to drop its tail, and I just kept looking at it and like, is it an illusion because the tail's dropping, or is that one really short-hipped? I do think that one is short-hipped. Obviously, if the tail would just come up and secure itself just a better, it'd probably give a better illusion, but it drops its pins in relation to those top two, doesn't balance up quite as good, and yet I like that one in terms of the engine that it has and the broodiness that it has, a real good breeding piece, and that one also big in its tail root, but a hog that can make the next generation better. Research and development here for me, and that one's hock, just a bit too terminal for me to go ahead and go any higher within a breeding arena. The young lady then that comes out next is one that's, her form and function is really good, and she should be. She's the daintiest in terms of her rear leg bone. She drops her pins the most in relation to the top five, but one that's still good in terms of her height, her shoulder, and her stoutness that she offers. A real good class of Berkshires. Give those exhibitors a hand.
And this first call for Class 5 Light OTB, which is our last class. First call, light, Class 5 Light OTB.
get out here in our division, and certainly weight is never a determination within my factor of judging because I don't care what hogs weigh, and I love the fact that you guys actually do weigh your purebred gilts here. I've always thought it was stupid and heck for years how we still do the pedigree thing and let everyone lie by 60 days and then we call it good and it's all fantastic. I don't know why we don't weigh purebreds, and the compromise they got going on right now really isn't a compromise in my opinion, but whatever, that's for another day. We get out here and the one that's just reads like a brood sow to me, the one that's going to lay down in the crates and milk her litter and come out with fleshing ability to breed back for her next litter. Some of you guys will say she's not cool enough fronted. She's the sow champion right here in this division. Get him out here, and certainly that one, the second to our champion, jumps in the mix in my mind. That's one that I talked about in terms of a big tail root and exotic in terms of its look. It wasn't quite as stable in terms of its hock in relation to the champion. I do think once it gets out here low, it's so much bigger bone than the one in the middleweight, and I still think more exotic and neat in terms of its pieces than the lightweight. It will be your reserve champion.
We've got two gilts here on the top of this class, so we were pretty quick to pin back and to sort themselves to the top of this class pretty easily in my mind. Ultimately, the young lady with the green sweater on drives you the one that just bounces up better from the side. And you step back and look at them and ask yourself, hey, which one of these things looks a little more like a show gilt ought to? No question in my mind, the young lady's gilt there needs to win. There's probably a little more width and a little more substance can be found in the second place gilt. She falls a little out of balance as we get out here and watch her profile. The structure to that one, that thing's got a lot of extras. If you step right in behind that one, she wants to step outside of her skeleton off both of her rear feet. And if we can just change her there, get that one out here and let her be a little more athletic, I think you can justify letting that one maybe move up a spot in this class. Because she is stout, you get on top of her, she's got some shape, she's got some muscle. We just got to build them a little better than that to get them into the top pair at a quality, or a pig show with this much quality. One coming out next is so fresh through the center portion of her body, and you get on top of her and say the shape that she's got running down her loin. Man, that gilt is good there. She's got a lot of hip working in her. Unfortunately, as we watch this gilt get out and dry, she's pretty quick to the step off both ends of her skeleton. If we could just relax that one and make her more comfortable, she would have been a fun one to discuss at the top end of this class. Young lady's gilt that comes out next is so attractive from the side, and I love that about this one. If I can make her a little taller shouldered and give her just a touch more muscle when I get right on top of her, certainly could have slid this one up a couple of spots as well. I do think she's maybe a little more functional in her rear foot and her hock there than a couple we had right ahead of her, as she should be. She gives up some muscle and gives up some width to have that extra flexibility. We still want a guy who can appreciate for the look that she's got and the hind leg design that she's got. The sharp-headed one comes out next, and the young lady's done a nice job of getting out here and driving. That gilt for me was a little frailer at the surface, and some of those right ahead of her. As you step right in behind that one, no doubt she's got to be wider at the base of her skeleton. Young man's gilt comes out. That's one that in the back, we drove her around a couple times, and I just couldn't help myself from sending that one to the scales, because I really like the way her hip and hind legs design. As you get on top of this female, she's really busted open to the upper portion of her body cavity. She's got some shape there running down her back. Would like to make that one a little cleaner ahead of her blade. Like to jack her up in the way that her shoulders set in her ever so slightly. But certainly one with the rear third of, I thought was very good, very deserving of a pin. one with a lot of whip comes out next. And Gilts, as she drives at you and goes away, has probably got just a little more spread than a couple of those right ahead of her. From the side, she falls out of balance for me. She wants to run downhill, and as we study her in comparison to some of those right ahead of her, she gets a little tighter there about her body cavity. She just doesn't put it all together from the side as those that beat her in this class. But still a Gilt with some muscle, a Gilt with some power. Got to appreciate those things about her. Very nice class. Let's give all the exhibitors there a round of applause.
Okay, placings in Class 4, light OPD. 8 was Jason Pennington, White County. 7, Jay Patterson, Hale Center, FFA. 6, Riley Hoffman, Tom Graham County. 5th was Paisley Fowler, Easter, FFA. 4th was Molly McFadden from Westbrook, FFA. 3rd was Maddie Reese from Corio County, 4A. 2nd place went to Brooklyn Cathy from Paradise, FFA, and our class winner was Kingsley Beatty from Holland, FFA. We're now judging Class 5, light OCD, which is our last class. So if you have a first or second place, light OCD, kind of be on standby. Won't be too long, we will need you.
Congratulations to our Berkshire champions, shown and exhibited by Lily Boren of Bangs FFA, and our reserve champion, shown and exhibited by J.C. Lane of Stephenville FFA. At this time, I'd like to recognize our Class 3 Berkshires placings. 10th place was Skylar Payton of Southside FFA. 9th place, Veronica Duran of Godly FFA. 8th place, Addison Williams, Eastland FFA. 7th place, Brayson Hutches of Sunray FFA. 6th place, Tinsley Beatty, Holland FFA. 5th place, Sawyer Ownby from Hill County 4-H. 4th place, Cooper Goodman of Paradise FFA. 3rd place, Brianna Noland of Stephenville FFA. 2nd place, J.C. Lane of Stephenville FFA. And the class winner, Lily Boren of Bangs FFA. At this time, we know there's been a switch, but we are waiting on a few more hogs for our Class 1 Duroc, Grape Creek, and Midland Legacy. You do have hogs in this Class 1 Duroc. Thank you. Again, announcement on the Stars Gilt show. We switched the Chesters and Durocs because of the showing at the same time in our Junior Breeding Gilt show. So we are proceeding with the Duroc placings and the Duroc classes in the Stars Gilt show. Immediately following the Durocs, we'll go back to the Chesters in the Stars Gilt show. Chesters will come back after the Duroc classing places. So at the current time, we're bringing in Class 1 Durocs. We would like to thank our Stars Gilt Show buckle sponsors for the Berkshire Show. We had Real Hog Farms out of Marion, Texas for our champion Berkshire buckles. We need 2 more hogs in our Class 1 Duroc, Grape Creek, and Midland Legacy. You have a hog in this Class 1 Duroc. Please bring it to the Stars ring.
Okay, these Gilts in the ring have been excused. You can go back to your pen and please give the exhibitors a round of applause. We're going to finish judging this Class 5 white OPBs. If you have a first or second place in the previous 4 classes, make your way to the holding pen so we can judge for the champion and reserve champions white OPB. After this, we do the spot, so if you have a first class spot, it won't be too long. We'll need you.
We have found some registration papers for a Class 4 Duroc Gilt. The owner is showing to be the Barnes family, Callie, Casey, and Colby Barnes. We have your registration papers for your Class 4 Duroc at the announcer stand.
No doubt for me in this heavyweight class, the young man's Gilt handled this pretty easy. I knew she was about to have to get back out here and drive for champion here in a minute, so we didn't make that one get out and walk much. But coming through the back, that one won this class pretty handily, in my opinion. Not going to tell you necessarily she walks away with this division or this breed, but this class, I thought she handled it very easy. Congratulations, young man. Really nice class winner there to start. The Gilts are going to go 2 here. Just worked her way up for me and ended up being second pretty easily as well. Just because I thought her build was good. I thought her pattern was good from the side compared to those that are going to come right out down the line behind this one. I thought she handled her hip and hind leg better. Really like the length of spine that this Gilt's got. I think that allows her to get up here and be just bowler on the top side of her skeleton than a couple that we've got coming down the line behind her. The Gilt that comes out here in third is one that's really stout. And through the back, I didn't know if I thought this one has had enough bend and flex from behind, and ultimately she doesn't. That's why she's got to end up third in this class. But as we compare her to some of those behind her, there is more muscle there, there is more bone there, there is more bulk there. If we can make that one more flexible, I think she could get into the top pair of this class because she is uber stout, and I love those things about her. Same thing can actually be said about the one coming out next. This is a Gilt with some bone, with some spread. She needs to be more athletic. I'd like to clean that one up just a little bit there on the top side of her neck. But if you get on top of this and just study how fresh she is in her rib and the center portion of her body, you love that about this Gilt. She drops the square enough hind leg to the surface. Just need to make her sharper looking. Need to make that one a little more athletic. Can find a little more grains and athleticism on the drive of the Gilt that's coming out in next. Unfortunately, she gets a little frailer there at the ground as we study her compared to the other Gilts in this class. I do like her ability to get out and cover tracks and get out and move with some athleticism. Big Gilt comes out next. It's fleshy. Obviously one that's done well on the feed bucket. Her ribs good. Her body's good. She's got some added length to her spine. To be that massive, to be that powerful, I still think she gets there around the ring. Flexible enough. I'm not going to say she's just the most athletic creature we've watched walk around the ring today, but for having that much substance to her, I do think she goes good enough. Like to make her taller shouldered, like to make that one stouter in terms of her bone column. Gilt that rounds off our top end of our drive here. It's got some shape, got some muscle. One that we like to spread as she comes right at you. I like to clean her up ahead of her blade. Really a nice class. My compliments to all the kiddos there. Should be a fun and interesting champion drive.
At this time, we would like to call your Class 2 Durocs to the Stars Gilt Ring. Class 2 Durocs to the Stars Gilt Ring.
Okay, we're going to judge for champion light OPB. Make sure the first and seconds are here, and I'll read the placings in Class 5. 7th was Adeline Meadows, McLean FFA. 6th was Ryder Bridges, Rayford FFA. 5th was Tyler Jackson, Hyco FFA. 4th was Lee Key from Hale County. 3rd was Carly Hedges, Henrietta. 2nd was Charlie Spearbacher from Stephenville. Our class winner was Kenton Mabry from Crawford, FFA. We will now judge for the champion light OPB, and this is the first call for Class 1 spots. First call for Class 1 spots. We need a first place Tig Luce Boner from Kendall County. You are the first class place, Class 3 light OPD. Please come to the ring so we can start. Okay, good deal.
Again, we would like to apologize in the Swan Barn for pulling a fast one on you and switching our Durocs and Chesters, but we're trying to keep it smooth between both rings and having not too many contestants missing, showing, and keeping this.
set of class winners out here to select you a champion from, but honestly, as we get them out here, it's pretty simple for me. There's probably not a pig that's had to take less steps to win a banner this week than the one that's fixing to, but I do think this one's pretty good. Young man's heavyweight here is going to be your champion.
Get in this first class of Durocs, and obviously I'm hoping it's an age thing why a lot of them look the way they do, and that's fine and dandy. You know, you get out here, and between the two that are out here, there's one that's got some unique pieces. It's not as much of a lady, in my opinion, in terms of the way breeding females should look, but it's up here at the top because of its feature and its pieces. The one that has to win the class is the young lady in the blue shirt here. That one there offers some bone and stoutness of skull with sheer flexibility and range of motion, no doubt. She's the best in terms of that. You know, the red deal, I mean, when they're young like this, you just hope that she's going to come with some cage. Obviously, she's flatter in terms of her midsection, but it doesn't matter. That's the best built one, no doubt, to go ahead and win this class. The young lady in second is an intriguing piece to me, and I guess if you can get this one ferreted out and give her a little extra time, that you'll be really good, because, man, that one's got a stout head, and she's true from blade knee to ground, and she's got big legs, and she's square. You know, it's concerning to me. She's a little tight at her ham loin, and obviously her length of stride from behind is a tick too short-strided for me. But one with that, with the pieces that she has in terms of quality, she has to be rise towards the top within this particular class. Young man comes out next is what I would call a default third. It's one that, of what we have left, is the best in terms of its soundness and flexibility. It's a little flatter footed, especially for a hog at this weight, and doesn't have just tons and tons of cage, but no doubt it's one that's really good in terms of its flexibility. Young lady that comes out next is one here again. Flexibility was going to get you in the top pan in terms of length of hip and length of stride. This one's too dainty in terms of its rear leg bone, especially when you match that one up from a balance standpoint. You got a little bit of crest and a little bit of an ugly throat, and then a little dainty in terms of its bone. But it's built good, and it's one that can get it up and go. Young man that comes out next is one that's still good in terms of its flex and angles as well. It's one that's slope to shoulders really good, and the set from behind is good. Needs more power, obviously, to go ahead and get any higher in the class. Nice set of little red Durocs. Give those exhibitors a nice hand.
Okay, the champion white OCD was exhibited by Kenton Mabry from Crawford FFA, and the reserve was out of Class 1, Ellis Bailey from Bryson FFA. That concludes our live OCD show. We are now showing spots. I think there's 6 classes.
Attention in the Stars Gilt Show for the Duroc Class 2, Tarrant County, Hockley, And Floyd County, you have hogs in this Class 2 Duroc class. Again, apologies for the switch, but we have Class 2 Durocs. We have Tarrant, Hockley, and Floyd who have a Class 2 Duroc. Please bring her to the Stars ring.
Okay, we need 2 Gilts in the first class of spots. Carter Donovan from Lockney FFA and Raylan Tyler from Gray Creek. Please come to the ring and let us know if you're not going to come. Thank you. Okay, the judge has excused these spot Gilts in the ring. You can go back to your pins and please give these kids a round of applause for their efforts. And we're going to go ahead and call Class 2 spots. Class 2 spots come to the holding pen.
At this time, we are calling Class 3 Durocs to the Stars Gilt Ring. Class 3 Durocs, come to the Stars Gilt Ring. Thank you.
A fun class to sort through and certainly have lots of numbers here. We land on a trio in the top of here that I think all has some quality. There's a no doubt, no decision class winner for me and the young lady in the green sweater. I remember this one coming through the back and just her look from the side is just so memorable. The height of shoulder that she's got, the extension she's got ahead of her blade, and then her ability to just balance so good with the long hip and a good running gear. That one wins pretty simply in my opinion. The young lady behind me brings you one that may have just a little more substance when you step in right behind her than our class winner did from the side. That thing wants to break down a little bit up front and just doesn't have to look ahead of her blade as the one that wins the class. I do like her center body dimension. I do like that she's got some width coming and going. Just doesn't have to look from the side as the one that wins the class. no doubt there's a power hog here in third that's got a lot of width underneath, and I appreciate that about this female. You study this one coming and going. She's as wide at the base of her skeleton as any that we had in the drive. Consequently, she wants to roll her hocks a little bit outside of her skeleton, and all the muscle and width that she's got throws her a little bit out of balance when you get her out here and watch her from the profile. But certainly in Gilts with the power wagon that you can appreciate lots of things about. One coming out in full is classy looking from the side. The Gilts has got to be heavier bone to get her into the top three, but certainly one that outlines the proportions good from the side. A real heavy-duty one comes out here next that we got out of the sea that has got great big bones from behind. She didn't originally catch a pin because I thought her hocks set in her a little too wide, and as we get her out here, that just kind of reaffirms my thoughts that that's certainly the case with this one. I do appreciate the bone work that she's got. I appreciate how stout she is in her skull shape. Young man brings you a real powerful one that's good in her rib and her center body. She's got some width and muscle. That's a Gilt that needs to get out and go better. I'd like to lengthen her hip. I'd like to lengthen her head over her blade ever so slightly also. But in terms of just fundamentals of a good hog, that one's got some power. She's got some product. She's got some stoutness. Can appreciate all those things. Sent this one across to the scales because I thought her look ahead of her blade was good for a spotted gilt. I thought that one had good toe quality. Obviously, as we get her out here in terms of just her flesh and condition, she's a little poorer there than the other gilts we had in this class. But certainly a gilt that's good built, got good look, got a good hind leg. Good class of spots. My compliments to all the kids.
So the placings in Class 1 spots were 7th, Tyree Johnson from Memphis FFA. 6th went to Jeremiah Molina, Floyd County. 5th was Tatum Dingo from Mansfield FFA. 4th was Hollis Wright from Stephenville. 3rd was Stockton Matthias from Midland FFA. 2nd was Casey Card from Ellis County. And our class winner was Arnery Baroff from McLennan County. We're now judging Class 2 spots.
In the Stars Gilt ring, our Class 3 Durocs, we're missing a few Durocs. Santo FFA. And Valley FFA. Santo and Valley.
Class winner out here is actually really easy for me once we get out here. This young man wins the class. And I bet his parents, take it easy on him, I bet his parents were about having a heart attack when he first came out here. He's a young kid, wasn't doing a very good job showing, but that hog's so good. And then he gets out here and he relaxes. Probably he was worried about the parents before, whatever. And this one's got some giddy up and go, but I'm not here to judge showmanship. I'm here to find the best hog, and this one wins this class pretty easy for me. That one is a really, really good female. One that looks like a lady, one that's still stout in terms of its skull. It's clean in terms of its throat latch. It's so true and square in terms of its skeletal build compared to most all Durocs I see nowadays. That one is so good in its forearm set. It's so good in terms of the way its knee is. Its hinges, its hip, really, really good. Is it as fluffy as some of the others? No. Is that one the best one? Easy. The young lady that comes out next in second. This one, obviously, a more experienced showman, does an awesome job out here, no doubt. And this one's front 3/4 is very, very good. One that's bold in terms of its chest, transitions out of its top of its blade and the shoulder into a robust, big old cage on this one. This one almost gets too much set for me from behind. Wants to pull itself underneath itself just a notch more. When viewed from the side, doesn't pull that hawk behind its tail root as far as what I'd foot and heel and plant and drive with more authority instead of being a little rigid in terms of its rear pasterns. Young man that comes out next. I flipped these after I put them in because I thought that one was better built in terms of a lady. This was another what I would call research and development kind of a deal. Really wide, no doubt. A little rounder in terms of the muscle draped upon that skeleton. A little quicker in about its front 1/3. Certainly one that's worthy of breeding, but maybe not quite as much of a female out here in relation to some of the others. Good job. The one that comes out next, I like this one better in its front 1/3 than the one that was directly ahead of it in terms of being better in terms of the way that one comes out of the neck on the front side of its skeleton. It's big in its form. That one's a short stepping one that's reluctant in terms of its ability to grab the surface from behind and plant and drive with authority. And I think you folks can all see that out here. But another high quality Duroc. Give those exhibitors a nice hand.
Again, attention in the swine barn. Upon the completion of our Class 5 and Champion Duroc Drive, we will be switching back to our Chesters. Again, apologize for the inconvenience to keep the show moving along, but we made the decision to switch our Chesters and Durocs so that everyone has a chance to show. We will be going back to Chesters as soon as we complete the Durocs. Right now, we are calling Class 3. Be sure that your Class 3 Durocs are in the ring.
Okay, we need David McCarson from Oldie FFA on the spot side.
We have had a very special knife turned into the announcer stand. If you're missing a knife and you can describe it, it's been turned into the announcer stand.
And we might need David McCarson from Oldie. We have him on here twice, we don't know.
Placings in our Class 2 Durocs. 10th place went to JC Hickey from Miles FFA. 9th place, Kylie Molina, Spur FFA. 8th place, Jeremiah Madrano, Brady FFA. 7th place, Jamie Rosebrew, Borger FFA. 6th place, Noli Raina, Hockley County 4-H. 5th place, Hadley Butler, Electra FFA. 4th place, Lane Talley, Comanche County 4-H. 3rd place, Allison Prater, Hamlin FFA. 2nd place, Carly Hedges, Henrietta FFA. And 1st place, Cole Kate with Brock FFA. In this Class 2 Duroc class, the top 2 will be called back to show for potential sale consideration. Thank you.
Okay, these spot Gilts of the ring have been dismissed by our judge. You can take them back to your pins. And, please give them a round of applause. We're going to go ahead and call the next class of spots.
Just a reminder, at the conclusion of today's show, a list will be posted of gilts that will be in the sale in the order that they will sell. These gilts must remain in the barn, and the exhibitor or representative must be present to move the gilts to sale lot pins that correspond to your sale lot number and for the sale photos. And if you have a breed champion or reserve breed champion that is fed ADM Mormon Showtech feed, please see Mormon Showtech rep Tad Knight or log on to www.admani.com and fill out the youth livestock forms to receive your monogram jacket. At this time, we would like to call our Class 4 Duroc Gilts to the Stars sale ring, or to the Stars show ring. Class 4 Gilts, Durocs, to the show ring.
That as you get right on top of this female, the upper third of her body cavity is busted open wider, and she takes that same width through the center portion of her body all the way to the base of her skeleton. She's not as tricked out looking as the one that's going to go second. She's not as clean ahead of her blade. I'd certainly like to fix that about this one. And as we compare to the gilt that's going to go in second, certainly not as big an arm and not as big a footage. The gilt that's going to go two, got some out there pieces, and And honestly, I love lots of things about this one. As she came through the back, that's one that I thought would probably start this class off as we get her out here. She's just a little hesitant to the step. I personally think that's because she's a little softer footed and when her claws hit the ground. I just don't think that one wants to drive and plant and go. Where this one is good. She's freaky good though in my opinion. Those are great big paws, those big arms. As you get her out here and look at her, to have that kind of forearm shape and that size of foot to still be as clean ahead of her blade as she is, I think is awfully hard to do. Does she need to get out here and go better? Absolutely. Would we like to smooth her up over her Hamlin Junction? You bet. Outside of those two things, I think that's a really neat animal that winds up in second. The hog that comes out third here is another one that is a guy that likes to breed spotted pigs, is very interested to me. And if someone attached to this pig wants to reach out to me at some point and tell me how this one's bred, I'd certainly be interested, because where this one's good, it's hard to make spot hogs good. To have that big of toes that are still square and propped up front is something we struggle with a little bit on our spot herd at home. So to see one come out that has that big of arm, that it still has that kind of toe quality, this one interests me a great deal. Is she too harsh body? Yeah, absolutely. Would I like to clean her up in her crest, the crest neck? Yes, I would. If we can fix her in those two areas, I think we could get this one into the top pair. For me, it's hard to accept one that's big neck and shallow body. If you try to punch that one and get her fluffy in the center portion of her cage, her neck's only going to get worse. So she comes with her problems, but where that one is good, she's awfully fun to look at. The hind leg assembly of that one I also think is very good. The one coming out here in fourth is sharp looking from the profile. She's got great hair. She's got great texture, her body shape. When we put that one in motion, especially from behind, she wants to twist and not plant her toes as square and doesn't just reach and drive with as much authority as the Gilts that we had right ahead of her. But certainly a Gilt that as you get her out here, just a missed quality in terms of her look. Love her extension up front. I think her fill is good. Her condition's right. Her shape is good. They've done a really nice job of getting that pig ready to come to the show. For me, we just got to assemble the rear third of her skeleton a little better to get her higher in this class. The Gilt that comes out next, the young lady's done a nice job of driving her pig. She did a nice job driving a couple yesterday from what I remember as well. You get that one out here, that Gilt's just plainer about her features. You study her jawline, and she's just a little sissier there, and that kind of tells the story from there back. There's just not as much to that one in terms of spread, and at the ground she just gets a little frailer in her toe side. There's certainly one that's fit up well in terms of her fill, her bloom, and her condition. You like those things a lot about that one. The young man's Gilt that comes out next is one that from the side takes a nice picture. She's extended ahead of her blade. She's got shape on the top side of her skeleton. If you get her out here and watch her in motion, she wants to slope off a little bit in her hip design there. I don't see that one being as stout in her front arm or ankle as the ones we had at the top of the class. The young lady that rounds off the top end of our class here brings you one that's through the back. I just thought it was a good built one. To have that kind of bone and still have some spread and some substance up high, I thought it deserved this one a pimp. As we get her out here and just watch her go, she's not as big in her ankle, and as she drives directly at me, she's a little concave in the shape to her knee. But certainly a nice Gilt to still miss some quality to round off our class. Let's give all the spot exhibitors their round of applause.
Get in our class of Durocs here, and different types and kinds, no doubt, within this top pair, and obviously on down the line, some of the hogs that got picked out, I see, I guess, why Durocs still grow good compared to our crossbreds, and we're probably some of us judges, I'm sure, are the ones that have changed that a little bit. I mean, those things are so long, they better have the ability to grow, and they just don't balance and proportion up. And we get out here, and the one that wins the class is certainly the one that's just the most proportional in terms of its body and symmetry. The young lady wins the class for me. One that's still really good in terms of her flexibility and the way she hinges her hip and her hock. She's got more chub and belly, and she has the ability to get it because she's not as long body as others. The one in second, no doubt we changed the top line on this one just a little bit. This one reminds me of an old meat packer line of hogs that J.R. Walker used to have in the 80s back then, and that one's got genuine true shape, and man, you don't see that in these dogs enough anymore. Some of these things are so carp top they don't have any muscle at all, but that one's a stout skulled shapely one with a big hip in it. Obviously it's a little softer in its front passer and it's a little easier in its top line, but I do think that one will be a really good sow. Sometimes these top line ones that are that easy also means they're flexible and have the ability to jump up in the crate and lay down in the crate, and I actually think that one, when bred correctly, could probably give the next generation of hogs better than even the one that wins the class. I'm judging them for today, so the one that wins class has to. But that one in second, that's a unique breeding piece and offers a lot for the Duroc breed, in my opinion. Young lady that comes out next in third, this one falls out of balance in relation to those others. It drops its pins just a notch more in relation to them. It's one that becoming and reconstruct her. She's a short stepping one that's short in her hip and needs to be broader in terms of the width of the ground in relation to her pin width. The young lady that comes, good job. The young lady that comes out next is one that's just awkward out of her front end assembly, and it starts at the ground in terms of her softness of pasturing, and then she compensates for it by being a little forward and straight through her knee. She's one that I liked in terms of one that still has some general shape and muscularity, and I know I'm talking breeding females, but within this Duroc breed, we've almost got rid of all the muscle on these hogs, and so she does have some unique pieces to go ahead and be in the top end of this Duroc class.
Placings in Class 2 spots. 7th, Rory Chisholm, Calipers. 6th, Brody Westing from Stephenville. 5th, Paisley Chandler, Ardell. 4th, Cheyenne Trojak from Wall. 3rd, Greenlee Moore, Young County. 2nd, Jacob Anzaluda from Archer County, and our class winner was Kinsey Sharp from Montague County. We're now up judging Class 3 spots.
Placings in our Class 3 Durocs, the top 3 of which will be called back for sale consideration. 10th place was Avalon Boren, Bangs FFA. 9th place, Braden Ratliff, Pleasanton FFA. 8th place, Thomas Smith, Borden FFA. 7th place, Aubrey Harris, Mills County 4-H. 6th place, Josie Blevins, Valley View FFA. 5th place, Riley Langford of Parker County 4-H. 4th place, Bailey Browning of Avery FFA. And our top 3, Jadalyn Gray from Clyde FFA. 2nd place, Aiden Fishback, Comanche FFA. And our class winner, Brianna Noland of Stephenville FFA. Ready for top 5? Already? At this time, we request that if you have pigs in the northwest corner sale lot pens, please move those pigs prior to lunch. The pigs in the northwest corner that are in the sale pens, please remove those pigs by lunch to a new open pen.
Okay, these gilts of the ring have been released. You can go back to your pen and please give these kids a round of applause. This is first call for Class 4 spots. Class 4 spots, please make your way to the holding pen.
At this time, the Stars ring will be calling in Class 5 Durocs. Please bring in your Class 5 Durocs to the Stars gilt ring. Class 5 Durocs. And you can start getting your Chesters ready when we complete the Duroc show. Chesters will be next.
This class probably fell together as smooth as any as we've done. We've got them stacked in here in the order I like them. Young lady here wins, and wins pretty easy in terms of just bringing you one that's awesome looking, got some width, got some spread. Really kind of a non-decision to be made in this class for the one that was going to win. The young man that brings you the gilt is going to go second. And this one fundamentally is just a solid one. And when you study her at the ground, I think she's got good toe quality. She's got some bones. Probably not just as wild looking up front, not as tall at the point of her shoulder as the one that wins, but certainly a good body gilt, is good in her feet and leg placement. Lots of nice things to say about that one that goes second, just not quite as wild looking as the one that wins. Young man brings you a hog out in third. It's got some power and some product. As we compare that one to the ones that go first and second, she comes with a little extra crest on the top side of her neck. And when you study that one's body cavity, she just reads a little flatter there through her foreribs than the ones that go 1 and 2. But certainly a sound with some muscle and product. You can appreciate those things about her. Hardwood comes out in fourth is just basic in terms of her build, and I can appreciate that in a breed that likes to be bad built. This one isn't. She hits the ground square on all four. As you study study this one and compare to those that went ahead of her, there's just not as much to her. Part of that is the ones that go 1, 2, 3 ahead of her just got so much more width and power than she's got. Young lady's gilt that comes out of the next hole is one that patterns good from the side. I like her height to shoulder. I like the length of rump that she's got. So we compare her to the ones that were ahead of her. She's frailer at the ground. Doesn't come with as much spread on the top side of her skeleton. There is some width and muscle that comes out of the gilt that we can round off our class with. For me, this one has got a little snipier about her head. Didn't come with as much just genuine stoutness at the ground in terms of ankle and foot size, but certainly one with some width and some muscle. Love those things about that gilt. Nice class and spots. Let's pay all those kids off with a hand.
All right, placing in class 3 spots were 6, Carson Spicer, Erie County, Frank. 5th, Caden Staley from Kendall County. 4th, Morgan Reinhardt from Bandera County. 3rd, Memphis Wells, Coriel. 2nd, Jaden Wade from Callisburg. And our class winner was Jesse Hartnett from Wall FFA. We are now judging class 4 spots.
Final call for your Class 5 Durocs. Monday FFA, you have a Class 5 Duroc. Please bring it to the Stars ring. Final call for Class 5 Durocs.
Getting to be a little deeper in terms of top end quality in here, and that being said, there's a real easy one to win the class. There's no decision to be made whatsoever. The young man wins the class. That one, man, that one's a good kind of a Duroc, or that's just good livestock, if you will. That one's busted open and athletic in its build, proportional in its stance. It's one that's so good in terms of its front end assembly, looking like a lady, one that's got a really good underline, and that one looks like a brood sow that can make next generation of barrels within this breed substantially better than what they're making right now. The young lady that comes out next in second, that's my kind in terms of density and bone and power, stout-headed one. She's a little plainer, obviously, than the one that wins the class, but that's a good Duroc to go ahead and be in second. One that certainly, when bred to one that's a little wider at the knee, you'll be able to make the next progeny pretty darn good. Young man that comes out next in third. We're a little bit more gap here between second and third than even there was probably between first and second. This one's good in terms of its flexibility, no doubt. That was too dainty in terms of its rear leg bone for me. Gets a little sissified when it comes right at you from knee to ground. But one that's certainly tall-fronted and isn't negatively compensated for that for being straight-fronted because its angles are actually really good. Young lady that comes out next is one that, yeah, I know she's soft pasture, and that's fine and dandy, but that's one that's got some bulk. It's got some body. It's just got some extension through her front end. She actually has natural ability to get her head out of the top side of her skeleton. I'd like to square that one up just a little bit better from behind in terms of the way she reaches and plants. She gets a little bit underneath herself, if you will, but certainly one that's still high quality to be at the top end of this class. The young man that comes out next is one that's certainly a little plainer about its front 1/3 and wants to deviate at its knee a little bit. I like the body on this one. I like the shape that it has. Too short stepping from behind. Needs to giddy up and go and take a longer stride from behind. Nice class of red ones to work through.
Okay, we need 2 spot gilts here. We need Casey Burris, Kerr County, and Aiden Davion from Veterans Memorial FFA.
Tower, and he has the pig belonging to Tyler Jackson. Which pig do you have?
Aiden Davion from Veterans Memorial FFA, and Casey Burris from Kerr County. Your class is being shown. Okay, the judge has released these gilts in the ring, and can you please take them back to your pen, and everybody give them a round of applause. Appreciate your effort. And this is the first call for Class 5 spots. First call, Class 5 spots, come to the holding ring.
In your Class 4 Durocs, the top 2 will come back for sale consideration. Tenth place in Class 4 Durocs was Colby Barnes from Lavernia FFA. 9th place, David Stokes, Stephenville FFA. 8th place, Allie Hodges, Blanket FFA. 7th place, Grace Rutledge, Seymour FFA. 6th place, Renatisha Sanchez, Floydada FFA. 5th place, Caden Barker, Erath County 4-H. 4th place, Jadalyn Gray, Clyde FFA. 3rd place, Jackson Bryan, Pleasanton FFA. And our top 2 placings, Takaya Williams of Montague County 4-H. And 1st place, Stockton Matthews, Midland FFA. Congratulations to our Class 4 Durocs.
All right, we have a missing pig. This number,
Okay.
if they have it in their pen or they know where it's at, come up here and tell us what pen it's in or where it's at, and so we can get the owner over there.
Attention in the Swan Barn. We have a missing gilt. Gilt number 19066 is a Duroc. If you have her in your pen or you know where she is, please come to the announcer stand. Duroc number 19066. 19066. The pig's gone AWOL. Tyler Jackson with Hico FFA. Tyler Jackson with Hico FFA. You're needing in the holding pen. At this time, we'd like to call back our Durocs for sale contention in Class 1, first and second place, Class 2, first and second place, Class 3, we need your first, second, and third place pigs, and Class 4, placings 1 and 2. Again, your Durocs need to come back to the pen for sale contention for showing. Class 1, 2, and 4 is place 1 and 2. Class 3, we need the first 3. Bring them to the holding pens.
Yeah.
I've been up there and saying once in a while, come down here and see what's all going. Say hi to everybody.
It's crazy nuts back here this weekend. Crazy nuts.
Y'all get a lot of slack on switching that. What?
I think the office.
I don't think so. Yeah, we probably gotta cook.
We're going to call Class 5 one more time. Class 5, please come to the holding ring.
An interesting trio here on the top end of this class, and these things are all put together a little differently, and I'd be the first guy to admit that the one that's going to win has certainly got her problems in the way that she's constructed and the way her front toes hit the surface. Outside of that, this is an exotic looking animal that's got a wild head and neck and a great big chest. You get on top of her without question. She's got the most genuine shape running down her loin as she leads you. That's a big square hip female. And as you watch her get out here from the side, even though her front toes probably don't hit the surface perfect, I still think she's the most relaxed, the most comfortable in the way that she strides up front. From behind, I think she's got plenty of reach and go. Real wild looking one there to go ahead and start this class. The young man that goes to brings you one there in the back, hit me hard. As this one comes out the gate, she's so broad, she's so stout. To get on top of her, her rib cage is so good. As that one goes right away from this, she wants to roll her hops a little bit to the outside of her skeleton. And as we compare her to the one that wins, honestly, she just gets a little more conservative about her look, gets a little pudgier there ahead of her blade. Probably not quite as strong as the one that wins. The one that comes third in this class is another one that coming through the back is one that I was anxious to get out here and see if she got a little more space to travel. This one's running gear does have to be a little better for me. She's a little quicker to the step off both ends. And as we compare to the ones that go 1 and 2 in that class, she's the biggest crested one and the smallest ankle one. And honestly, that's just kind of a bad combo if you ask me. But I appreciate this thing. She's got a great big back. Her skin and hair texture is awesome. Her rib cage is good. She's got muscle. We could tweak on that one in a few areas. I think it gets even closer there on the top end. The man that comes down next brings you one that from the side has got a good pattern, and you can like the look and extension she gives you ahead of her blade. As we compare that one to the ones that went ahead of her, she's a little frailer at the ground, certainly doesn't have as much muscle. Gilts coming out next. She's big bodied. She's sound when you put her into motion. Another one that just gets a little general in her look and gets a little plainer. But certainly if you take this one home and get her mated right, I think that one can go home and produce something that could work. Just got to take her to something freaky enough to add some muscle and add some bone to her. Young man's Gilt that comes out next. is another one that looks like a couple of those right ahead of her. Got enough look from the side, got a good enough build, just needs more to her to get her higher. The one coming out that the young man has here has got a great big hind leg, and I appreciate that a lot about this female. As we put her into motion, that's when problems start to arise of the top end of this class. No doubt she's the quickest to the step. When you study the front end of her skeleton, certainly like to clean her up there ahead of her blade some. Gilts comes out next, cut a pin through the scales pretty easy to me. I didn't have to know exactly when we sent her that way where she would end up. I didn't think this was just proportionality in the shape that she got to her center body cavity was certainly deserving of a pin. As we get her out here and compare to those that beat her, just a little plainer looking, probably not as wide when he stepped right in behind her. Really a nice classic spot, one that was fun to look at on the top end. Let's give all those kids a round of applause.
Here in Class 4, our placings were, we had 8 key place. Paisley Chandler from Ardell FFA. 7th was Western Chandler from Ardell FFA. 6th was Drayton Lackey from Hamilton. 5th was Parker Lackey from Hamilton. 4th was Jacob Wackle from Harris County. 3rd was Cassidy Collette from Hamilton. 2nd was Jacob Stevenson from White County 4A. And our class winner was Molly Waldron from EVAT FFA. And that's Class 4. We are now judging Class 5.
Class winner's real easy in this one. The young man wins this class and does it for fun. We need more red ones like this, folks. Man, you can call me a crossbred guy, and you can tell me them red ones are supposed to be flat and skinny and long, and I'll disagree with you all day long. That one there is big-chested and pulled apart good, and that one still has an awesome view in terms of its ability to go around the ring. Yeah, it's a little flat-footed, but that's a big-bone one that articulates amazing in terms of its hip and its rear leg. Stout skull, but really attractive. That's a good one to go ahead and win the class. Young lady in second is one that got in a buzzsaw up there because this one would have been better than some of our other class winners, and yet it's not as good in terms of its sheer balance. It doesn't operate as good in terms of its rear leg function, and it's not as big in terms of its rear leg, but that one's still a stout-skulled, broody-appearing female that has the ability to giddy up and go. Young lady that comes out next in third. One in relation to those others, this was the lowest fronted one in terms of its design. It's one that's still good in terms of its arm size, and its cage is really, really big. I thought this one didn't balance up as good in terms of its height of shoulder, but not only that, I would like to see that one's rear bone match its front bone just a notch more. Man, I love that one's front end. Good stuff right there when it comes right at you. Young lady that comes out next is one of the top four, is the one that's the daintiest and frailest in terms of its structure, and yet it's one that's still got a big chest for it, deviates at its knee a little bit in relation to some of the others out there. This one's drove really, really good in terms of wanting to get out here and drive good with the showman. I think this one just gets a little plainer in terms of its front 1/3 assembly. Doesn't quite have as much jaw, but then has a throat lash to go with it, one that operates good off of its rear leg. Young lady that comes out next is one that's so dense in terms of its head shape and skull. It's big in terms of its forearm. It's one that transitions out of the top side of its blade with a little bit of muscle. It's long in terms of its front end. I thought that one was the shortest strided one, but not only that, it's one that wanted to swivel in its hip ever so slightly, though the plane of that rear leg doesn't stay true from pin hock to ground in relation to the way it moves. The one that comes out next, front 3/4 of this one is pretty darn good in terms of one that's attractive and stout, good in terms of its chest, one that's still got some rib. You get behind that one, and obviously that one disappoints you in terms of its trueness and squareness from pin hock to ground. A good class of red ones to give those exhibitors a hand.
We're missing a pig, so hold up.
We need first place in Class 4 Durox. Matthias, Stockton Matthias, your first place pig from Class 4. We need you to the ring. Stockton Matthias, are you here? Mathis, thank you. Okay, Mathis, thank you. He's here. A reminder in the Swine Barn Stars Show, please bring your papers to the ring. Please bring your papers to the ring when you come to show. At this time, we'll call our Class 1 Chesters to the holding pen. Class 1 Chesters arrive to the holding pen in the Stars ring.
Okay, the judge has released these exhibitors to the ring, and you can take them back to your pen. And thank you kids for coming. Please give them a round of applause. Okay, we're judging 5, so this is the first call for Class 6 spots. First call for Class 6 spots. That is our last class, so if you have a first or second place spot, kind of be on standby. We'll leave you in about 30 minutes or so.
I'll get these red ones out here, and certainly we weathered the storm with some that perhaps aren't my kind, and that's fine and dandy. But we get out here, and I'm real happy with the class winners that we have out here. And that being said, there's one that is still an easy winner for me. It's the one that pushes the limits, and by golly, this breed needs to be pushing the limits because I'm tired of all the sissies that we have in this deal. And I mean, this one's bold and stout and still athletic and good looking, easy champion right here, young man.
Some people are asking about break for lunch on this purebred side. When we finish for the champion spot, then we're going to break for lunch about 40 minutes. And then we just have the Yorkshire to do and the Supreme. So everybody can plan a little bit. When we're finished with the spots, which will probably take us about 30 minutes, 35, 40 minutes, then we're going to break for about 40 minutes for lunch, and we'll resume with the Yorkshires and the Supreme drive.
For reserve champion on this side in the Duroc deal, there's one out here that's just the second best animal. Is it as bloomy and fleshy as some of the others? No. And was it shown perfect right out of the gate? But man, this guy's got it under control now. This one here, guys, if you guys disagree with me, I'll argue with you all day long. This one's stature, and this one's skull, this one's forearm, this one's true squareness of build. Young man, you'll be reserve champion.
Congratulations to our champion, Duroc, Cannon Barker of Erath County 4-H. Your reserve champion went to Cole Kate of Brock FFA. Ready?
20481, Peyton Foster from Petersburg, FFA.
20481. Thank you.
We're missing one, and it is White Deer, FFA.
Class 1, Chesters, White Deer FFA. You have a hog in this class. Class 1, Chesters.
Got a nice pair here on the top end of this class, and I like to use the young lady's gilt there on the far side. And the fact that she's just a little flighty here doesn't exactly bother me. I've probably been involved with spot projects that have more questionable parentage than this one does. But you get this thing out here and watch her go from the side. Her ability to plant and drive off of her rear toes and to show you the bottom of her heel as she drives is unmatched as we get out here and compare to her contemporaries. I like that one from the side a great deal. I think she balances well. I like her height to shoulder. I like her length to spine. I like how long she is out of her hip, and I think her extra length of hip is why she's able to get out here and travel the surface so effortlessly. We compare her to the one that's going to go second. There's not as much width there. You step right in behind that one. The guy's got to make a judgment call. Is she wide enough to win? for this show just for this day in this class. I thought she was. Like I say, the one coming out too has probably got a little extra width there at the base of her skeleton, and if you want to make a case, if you're saying ringside that a guy should have used this one because she's got more to her, hey, then that's okay. I can understand that. For me, I thought she got a little bubblier about her rump shape, and as we put her into motion, I just didn't think she bent out of her hock and her rear heel as good as the one that wins the class. The one coming out in third probably does move just a little better from behind than the one that was second, and she should. She's not as descriptive in her muscle pattern. She's not as wide in her build, so it is to her advantage that she doesn't have those things. And with that, she does have the ability to get out here and motor a little better than the one that went right ahead of her. It was those disadvantages, though, for me that made her have to go third in this class. She's got to have more muscle up high. When we compare to the ones that go first and second, she got a little flatter in the way that her front foot hit the surface and wanted to roll her toes in ever so slightly. An interesting hog comes out here in four that's got great big arms and a hind leg that's big. That one's too choosy about her body shape. She's too big about the crest of her neck. But if you can fix those areas, I think you can run that one a little higher because she's got the big bones and she goes good. Then Lady Gilt that comes out next is one that from the side, I think patterns up good. That's another one that's got the right kind of length and proportion. As we put her into motion, things get a little awry. She gets a little straighter out of her hop. If you watch her travel out of her front end, gets a little frailer there in her front ankle and wants to push her front foot too far down to the surface for me. Young Lady Gilt here that comes out next, honestly, commend you for showing that in this spot. Because lots of people in the state that I live in would have tried to sneak that one into the Poland. For me, that one just wasn't stout enough at the ground to try to get her any higher in this class, but certainly one from the side. It's got good length, good elevation, and a good running gear. Just got to blow that one apart at the surface, add a little bone to her to get her higher. The Gilt that comes out next probably does have a little more bone. I wish we could have combined the two that we just looked at. I think we could have had something pretty special. That one does need to get out and go better. She needs to be a little smoother as we look at her from the profile. Paul coming out next has got some width and muscle. As you step in behind that one, she wants to roll her hop to the outside of her skeleton a little too much. For me, as you study her from the side, she gets just a little shorter about her rump design. I love her bone, I love her power, I love her width. A nice class response. My compliments to all the kiddos there. Let's give them a big hand as they all head back.
Okay, placing in class 5 spot. 8 was Darren Sykes from Dumas, FFA. 7 went to Paisley Fowler from Texas, FFA. 6 was Brooklyn A. Bellion, Harris County. 5th was
Abigail Woodward from White Deer FFA is still missing out of Class 1 Chester.
From Glasscock County. 3rd was Autumn Shuttlemeyer from James Madison. 2nd place was Valerie Franklin from Archer County. And our 1st place was with Kylie Huseman from Lola Cooper FFA. We're now judging Class 6 spot, which is our final class. So if you have a 1st or 2nd place spot, we'll leave you up here in a little bit.
We're missing Class 1 Chester from White Deer FFA. A Class 1 Chester of White Deer FFA. Please bring it to the holding pen. Announcement in the Star Show. We will be breaking for lunch after the completion of the Chester Champion Drive. We will break for lunch after the Champion Chester Drive.
okay, the judge has released these gilts in the ring and the exhibitors to take them back to the pen. And please give them a hand for all their effort. Okay, this is Class 6, our last class. So if you're a first and second place spot, you can slowly make your way to the holding pen. And after we judge for champion and reserve champion spot, we're going to break for lunch a little bit, then resume with the Yorkshire.
At this time, we're going to call our Class 2 Chesters to the Stars ring. Class 2 Chesters to the Stars ring.
Really a good class to end the spotted show over here. And the one we win with is kind of a no discussion winner in my opinion. Her added bulk and bloom is just so good. And to be this size and to have that much to her, she's still attractive and youthful ahead of her blade. In an ideal world, we'd square that one up just a little bit when you step right in behind her. Maybe pull her up on her toes ever so slightly. But that's being very critical of a fresh back one that's wild looking, that gets out here and has the ability to play and go incredibly well. This thing's running gear, in my opinion, is only matched or bested by the hog that goes second in this class. Even though, I'm not just saying that, I guess, because this one's fast and likes to run a little bit. But if you study that one's skeleton, her length of rump is so good, and the cushion she's got to her hawk and rear heel is awesome. If you can make that one as bloomy and chubby, probably is the one that wins the class. Good job, buddy. Things will get very close there. The hawk coming out in third is one that's just a meat and potatoes kind of pig. It's got some width, got some muscle, got some bone. Wants to run downhill a little bit too much for me. I like to relax that gilt in her shoulder and just allow her to get out here and drive with a little more comfort up front. But but just that one's body type is certainly what we appreciate and what we're looking for. Hog coming out in fourth is one that from the side has got a sharp look. You can appreciate that. She's got shape up high. She gets a little frailer at the ground. As we get that one out and get her in motion, she gets a little restriction in the way that she moves out of her shoulder. But certainly one that's got some bulk, got some bloom, got some muscle. You like those things about that one. Young lady's Gilt coming out next. Is one that's presented incredibly well. This young lady does an awesome job of showing pigs. Skin, hide, and hair are very good on this Gilt. If you start to break down the animal, she gets a little flatter about her body. You compare that one to the ones that went ahead of her. She's flatter and drier in her midrib. She's a little tucked up in her flank. And if she goes right away from you, she gets just a touch narrower at the base of her skeleton. One coming out next does have the advantages in terms of the softness of the center portion of her body cavity as we compare to the Gilt that went right ahead of her. Where this one's at fault for me is when you put her into motion, she wants to drop her claws too far down to the surface for me, gets a little restricted up front because of that, and then the same story from behind. It gets a little straighter, more upright in her passer. It just doesn't get out here and flex and drive like the ones that went ahead of her in this class. Gilt that comes on next, one that when you get on top of her is just impressive to me. She's flat back, she's got some shape, she's got some muscle expression. That Gilt from a balance perspective has to wind up down the bottom of the class for me. She doesn't just put it together and get out and go and throw her head and elevate and just put herself together like a show pig, but she is big boned, she is flat back. I like those things about that one. The Gilt here that comes out next, she's got lots of muscle and width, and I love that about that one in the back. Get her out here, study her, compare to her contemporary. She tucks her hind leg up too far underneath her skeleton. As you study her front end assembly, she gets a little frailer bone and a little softer footage. I like her height to shoulder. I like her extension up front. I like her muscle. If we could build that one a little better, I think we could have got her higher. Nice class of spots. Let's give all the kids there a round of applause. Placing in Class 6 spots were 8th place, J.C. Hoyt, Hardin County, 4A. 7th was Avery Johnson from Wink, FFA. 6th was Kaylee Hatcher from Clear Falls. 5th was Tia Williams from Montague County. 4th was Kennedy Gardner, Coryell County. 3rd went to Lily Wilkins, Roy City, FFA. 2nd was Levi Worth from Pretty, FFA. And our class winner was Sawyer Owen B. from Gilt County, 4A. We're now judging for champion and reserve champion. Wow.
Class 2, Chesters were missing pigs from Andrews, Zephyr, and Mills County. Andrews, Zephyr, and Mills County. Please bring your Class 2 Chesters to the show ring.
Real good pair here to start our Chester show, and the one that wins is the young lady in the yellow. That one there is bigger in terms of its bone. It's better in terms of its set to its rear leg. It pulls its hock further behind its tail rip when in motion. It's one that's really good in terms of its chest floor. Its column of bone out of the front end of its assembly is equally as good as its rear bone. It transitions into an awesome cage with a big back and tons of shape. Truly square, nice Chester to go ahead and win. Young lady then in second is one that, here again, another really good balance, good built one out here. Not quite as big as the legged as the other one, and gets underneath itself just a little bit when viewed from the side and in terms of its rear leg. Like to see that one pull its hock back just a notch further. That one probably is just a bit better in terms of the crest of its neck, but I live with it within this breed because we got a little bit within the Chester deal. The young lady that comes out next in third, not as balanced as the top two in relation to its design and build, a little lower about the point of its shoulder. It's one that probably caves in just a notch more in the center portion of its rib and forerib. I like that one in terms of its rear leg. That's a big rear leg with a lot of spread to its dew claw. Its function and goes and plants and grabs the surface really good. The young lady that comes out next, this one's a little plainer about its front 1/3 in relation to those top ones, a little flatter about its front feet. And it's actually starting to affect that one a little bit in terms of its movement out of its front end assembly. That one's got a big cage and big rib. Looks like a brood sow should be through its midsection. Young man that comes out next is the one that, good job, young lady. The young man that comes out next is certainly sharp dressed in terms of his throat latch and cleanliness, no doubt. I thought this one was a bit harsher in terms of its midsection in relation to being a brood-style female. It's a little shorter stepping in terms of its left rear leg, but one that we like and appreciate the shape that it has. A good class of Chesters to get us started off.
I'm glad Shane had to spend some time talking to those Chesters while I was picking your champion spot because, in my opinion, in a lot of the other breeds, we've had kind of clear-cut winners. I do not think we do in the spot show. I think you get these 6-5 winners out here, and the quality is so good. And, honestly, as you get them out here, if you're standing behind one of these, you could probably make a case that you should have won. And I would listen to it because I think there's some give and take between all these. But and honestly, for as challenging as the spot breed was at times to get through today, especially as we sorted some of those in the back, these 6-5 winners are good. And I'd be proud to be a part of any of these. Like I said earlier, this is a breed that's pretty close to me. We're trying to raise these at the house and trying to make them good. And we want them to look like the ones that are in the ring now. I think we've got hogs out here that are good built, that are comfortable. The feet and legs are for the most part pretty right. And then we start adding some extras onto them. And I thought this set of spots did that incredibly well. There's one of them for me that just looked like, as we get them out here, it looked like she came to the show trying to win today. She's fresh, she's blooming, she's ready, she's still useful. Young lady's heavyweight champion. So easily from just a look and balance perspective. I love that Gilts, honestly. And she is mature as the one we use, no, but that thing's build and look and lines and angles are so good. I think if she does mature, that one's going to be awfully good. I guess the question for me today is she stout enough to win? Does she have enough extras to win? I certainly think she's one that's in contention. Young lady in the white sweater here brings you one that's so comfortable and good in her build. Probably not as just wild looking as some others we've got out here, but certainly a nice skill. Young lady in the purple came out of a tough class, and she brings you certainly the one that's the most exotic of the show. And if that one goes and it produces a bull or produces a major show bearer champion someday, I will not be surprised. Is her build as elite as some of the others out here? No, it's not. But her pieces are certainly as far-reaching as any of them we get to look at. The young lady in the green vest here brings you a Gilt that's just hard to knock a hole in. If you look at that one's rear leg column, Jeff, maybe that one's just stout enough to take home a banner today, and that's the question on that one. There's certainly lots of good there. The young lady's Gilt there that we talked about being just a little flightier here. Won that class because she's so good in her build. Probably need to crack that one open a little bit to get her in contention today. And then we have the second place Gilt that comes out that's so good built, but another one that probably just needs to power up in her rib and body. It's very close for me today. When we're studying quality, one that I think is the second best one in terms of her build, her look, her design. She's not the most ready one, but I do think her quality is second best. Young lady's lightweight's going to be her third.
We need your Class 3 Chester lights to the Stars ring. Class 3 Chesters to the show ring.
So in our spot show, our champion spot was exhibited by Sawyer Owenby from Hill County 4A. And the reserve was Audrey Barak from McLennan County 4A. That concludes the spot show. We're going to take a break for lunch. We'll resume with the Yorkshires, which is our last breed in the Supreme Drive. So everybody has a little time, and we'll start over. About 40, 45 minutes.
Placings in our Stars Gilt Chester White Class 1. Plates 10, Jeremiah Medrano, Brady FFA. Place 9, Landry Frischke, Dallam County 4-H. 8th place, Madison Swintek, Wimberley FFA. 7th, Holly Fulkerson, Palo Pinto County 4-H. 6th place, Tatum Viens, Red Oak FFA. 5th place, Kelton Bailing, Bryson FFA. 4th, Shaylee Rosebrew, Borger FFA. Third place, Paisley Chandler, Ardell FFA. Second place, Ashton Wade, Howe FFA. And first place to Kinsley Parker of Greenwood FFA. And the top two will be brought back for sales consideration spots. Top two. Again, we're calling our Class 3 Chesters to the Stars ring. Class 3 Chesters.
Nice class of Chesters, and top end quality is really good within this breed so far. The one that wins the class, the young man in the peach shirt, that one's the best in terms of its design and build. It's a tall fronted one that's certainly not sacrificed by being straight fronted. It's good in terms of the hinge to its hip and its hock. It's functional. It's one that, it's probably because the skin and hair is so darn good. You know, from a distance, you look at that one and it's like, does that one just have enough power? And you get up on top of that one, and it's got a lot of spread from blade to hip. It's one that, it's not over fluffed, and I'm okay with that. It's one that still certainly has ridge shape. Its trueness of its squareness of its skeleton is really, really good. The young lady in second, obviously not quite built as good as the one that wins, and yet built better than a lot of them. It's one that's a little flatter about its front pastern, and it's one that I'd like to give just a notch more jaw, but it's one that's still so functional off that rear leg. The hinge to that hip and rear leg and function and go is extremely good, and the rib cage in that one's certainly nice. Young lady that comes out next in third, This one kind of wants to hug the fences a little too much, but man, that's a burly, big, stout, dense one. Them are big feet with awesome toe spread. It's one that's got good head shape on it. You know, you get behind that one, and especially on its left rear, we'd like to utilize the rear hoof and pastern just a notch better. It gets a little more rigid in terms of the use and function of that one when you meet the surface at the ground, but certainly one that's burly and dense. Young lady that comes out next is one that's still good in terms of its body. It too is one that functions good off of its rear leg in terms of the length of stride that it takes. It's a little steeper and rounder in terms of its hip and the way the muscles drape upon the skeleton. Gets a little rougher in terms of its transition point and its ham loin hookup. Young lady that comes out next is one that's certainly one that's not the most attractive thing in the world in terms of that one's throat latch. It's pretty nasty, there's no doubt, but that's one looks like a sow to me. That one can lay down and be easy fleshing, and she's got a great underline, and that one's function and form off of her rear legs is exceptionally good.
Okay, please bring, we're still missing 2 pigs in our class 3 Chesters. Class 3 Chesters, please bring all pigs to the ring. Mullins FFA and Ford County, you have hogs in this class. Mullins FFA, Ford County, you have class 3 Chesters. Bring them to the ring. Mullen FFA, we need your Chester to the ring. Mullen FFA, class 3 Chester. Class 2, right? Placings in the class 2 Chesters. The top 3 will be called back for potential sale spots. Top 3. Place 10 in our class 2 Chesters, Alexander Duran, Godly FFA. 9th place, Avery Jones, Belton FFA. 8th place, Ryan Langston, Valley View FFA. 7th place, Jamie Herring with Miles FFA. 6th, Kaylee Elliott, Miles FFA. 5th, Aubrey Harris, Mills County 4-H. 4th, Tatum Braden, Glasscock County 4-H. And our top 3, Blake Johnson, Wink FFA. Place 2, Addie Hartnett of Wall FFA. And our first place winner was Jalen Miller of Dalhart FFA.
Here, Isabella Cook from Mullen FFA is a scratch.
Thank you. Isabella Mullen. We need your Class 1, first and second place Chesters, and Class 2, place 1, 2, and 3, back to the Stars ring. Chester Class 1, place 1 and 2. Chester Class 2, place 1, 2, and 3, back to the Stars ring to show for sale spot consideration.
Well, I know when they broke. It wasn't here yet. So.
Attention in the Stars Gilt Show. We will be taking a 30-minute lunch break at the completion of the Chester Champion Drive. 30-minute lunch break in the Stars Show after the completion of the Chester Drive. We need our first and second place Chesters out of Class 2 back to the Stars ring. First and second place Chesters.
A really good pair out here in the top end of this class, and I think this is the last class of Chesters. The one I like best is the young man in the blue shirt. That one's better in terms of the transition out of its loin into its ham loin. Obviously, that one's got a lot of chub and club to it and has a significantly more weight, and yet handles it so good. That one's very, very comfortable for one at that weight. So true in terms of its skeleton, its flex and angles is outstanding. The young man in second, that one's certainly one with the neat pieces too. That's a big-legged one, no doubt. It's a big-legged one, no doubt. It's one that's good in terms of its pin width. You know, that one in relation to the one that wins the class, I don't think is as good in terms of its transition points, especially when you study that one as it comes out of its loin into its ham loin hookup. I don't see that one quite being as comfortable in terms of the way that one hinges and hips its rear leg. Not as much set to its hock to the ground as does our class winner have, but one that I appreciate in terms of the extras, in terms of bone and stoutness that it has. The young lady that comes out next, we fall out of bed a little bit in terms of sheer quality and design compared to those top two, and yet this is one that's really long-fronted, no doubt. It's one that, because of that, it's probably just a tick outside the parameters of being too long-bodied for me. Its function and go from behind is extremely good. Didn't see that one quite as good in terms of its ability to move off of its front pasterns as well. The young lady that comes out next is one that certainly opens up to a big cage. It's one that deviates a little bit at its knee and is a little bit flatter about its front pastern. And it too is one that wants to come at its transition point at its ham loin junction a little more. But more than anything, that one needs squared up from pin hock to ground when it drives directly away from you. The young man that comes out next, here again, one good in terms of rear and body, a little plainer in terms of its look through its front 1/3, and it's certainly the lowest fronted one in terms of design and build in relation to some of the others. Good class of heavyweight Chesters. Get our three class winners out here, and certainly still like him quite a bit. The one that for me in terms of function and form and still has just that much more power than one of them and that much better build than one of them out here, the heavyweight will be your champion. I'll let you hold this while we talk. Bring that second to our champion out here and certainly gets in the mix real fast. I mean, that one's ultra big in terms of its bone and dense and stout. It's one that I said perhaps not as good as its transition points, and I still don't think that one had as much set from hock to ground as did our champion, but I will not split that pair. It will be your reserve. Oh, do I got to do a stay order?
Yes, you got it.
Congratulations to our champion Chester, shown and exhibited by Seth Olton with Collin County 4-H, and your reserve champion by Landry Mabry of Crackford FFA. We would like to again thank our Stars Gilt Show buckle sponsors. Our Chester White Show buckle was sponsored by Wisehoon Brothers Show Pigs from Wall, Texas. Our Champion Duroc buckle was sponsored by Shortner Show Pigs of Ballinger, Texas. Thank you all for your Stars Gilt Show buckle support and support of our show. Placings in our Class 3 Chester Class 3. 10th place, Shaylee Stryker from Irion County 4-H. 9th place, Maddie Ruth, Coryell County 4-H. 8th place, Cambry Lenz, Dallam County 4-H. 7th place, Clay Keys of Hale County 4-H. 6th place, Jacob Swatzel, Erath County 4-H. 5th place, Jay Patterson of Hale Center FFA. 4th place, Riley Hoffman of Tom Green County. 3rd place, Jalen Miller of Dalhart FFA. 2nd place, Landry Mabry of Crawford FFA. And our first place winner, Seth Oden with Collin County 4-H.
Okay, we're going to fire back up here. We just like one class, one breed are the Yorkshires. And if the ring help will kind of work this way. And we're going to say this is the first call for Class 1 Yorkshires. First call for Class 1 Yorkshires.
Attention in the barn. Swine Committee volunteers, let's get to our gates, so we're going to get started here right quick. We'll be calling for our first class of Hampshires on the star side. Hampshire Gilts, Class 1, you can bring them up to the star side.
The checkers are already there.
Make sure that you bring your registration papers with you when you come. I want to kind of start you getting you in the mood for our sale and how that's going to work. At the conclusion of our show, we'll get together and put together the complete sale order. You kind of chill out until we get that thing posted. When you find your sale lot number, hopefully we'll have those pins cleaned over there and numbered up for you, but you'll take your gilt and put her in the pin that corresponds to the number of her sale lot. We'd like to ask a favor of you. Do not feed or slop these hogs before you take them, because we're going to have to do photographs and we need to have them hungry or thirsty. So put off your evening chores until we get over in those pens. Once again, if you've been selected for the sale, wait until the show's over with and the sale order is posted. The crossbred sale gilts are posted. That's not the order. That's just the gilts that will be in the sale. If you haven't checked that thing out already, make sure you get over there and do it. As we're working through these classes, I believe they're posting the gilts for the sale by breed. We're going to ask for some help over here in the stalling area for our sale lot pins. Folks, we got quite a few pins right here I can see from the arena by the wash rack that are empty. We'd like to get you to start moving that way. Just bring your gilt over, put her in there, pick out a pin, but we've got to get those pins empty here pretty quick. At the conclusion of the show, it's not going to be an issue. We're going to have to get them out.
Welcome back after our lunch break. We will proceed with the calling of our first Hampshire class. Class 1 Hampshires, be getting them ready to get to the ring.
I'm just guessing, but I'm going to say it would be, I mean, you don't want to get a little old, it's not big thing. You know what I mean? So, oh, hell, well, right. Yeah, I can do exactly. Yeah, I'm going to say it's going to be, well, at the bottom, it's going to be, that's just a guess. Like, I'm just looking at what I got to do.
Yes, I call class 1 Hampshires.
I don't know. I really don't. But quite frankly, here after this thing, the answer is fine. You know, I think, yeah.
Attention in the barn. We have had a very nice knife turned in at the announcer stand. If you can describe that knife, we'd be happy to return it to its rightful owner, but we would like you to describe it. If you've lost a knife, please come to the announcer stand.
Okay, we need 1 pig, 1 Yorkshire, class 1, 86 back from Comanche FFA. Your class is being shown. If you're here, please come and let us know. 86 back.
Likely story. All right, Gary. Yeah. It's funny. Yeah.
Class 1 Hampshires, our first class after lunch. We are looking for a hog from Midland Legacy and one from Bryson FFA in our Class 1 Hampshires. Please bring your Class 1 Hampshires to the ring. Midland Legacy and Bryson.
Okay, our judge has accused these
Gilts in the ring. The exhibitors can take them back to your pen, and thank you for coming. And please give them a round of applause for their effort. And we're going to call Class 2 Yorkshires to the holding pen.
Last call, Midland Legacy. Please bring your lightweight Hampshire Class 1 to the show ring. Midland Legacy, Class 1 Hampshire to the show ring. This is a reminder, at the conclusion of today's show, a list will be posted of gilts that will be in the sale in the order that they will sell. These gilts must remain in the barn, and the exhibitor or a representative must be present to move the gilts to a sale lot pin that corresponds with your sale lot number and for your sale photos.
Okay, this is the second call for Class 2 Yorkshires. Class 2 Yorkshires, please come to the holding pen.
Young ladies gilt there that starts this class off does so pretty handily. Not only did that one give me the most striking image and leave the most memorable view in the back, but you get her out here and she's still the one that gets out here and covers her tracks well. She comes with some added width and dimension off both ends of her skeleton. If you study that one and get on top of her, to be that elegant looking from the side, she's still got plenty of bolts, plenty of mass. I think a really nice one there to go ahead and start. Young man here to my left that goes to brings you on to certainly a powerhouse. And if you start to study this one at the ground, she's just so big, and her toe size and her arms big. You study that one coming and going. She's probably got a little more genuine base width than the one that went right ahead of her. For me, that goes a little quicker about her maturity pattern. There's not quite as much daylight underneath that one as the one that wins the class. But if you want to try to take one home, try to make some white exotic kind of show bears to show down here in the Southwest, certainly that one's got some options to do that. For me, she's just a little too chubby, a little too close to the ground. The one that comes out here in third, the young man did a nice job of driving it. We let her out the whole time, and she's still hitting the tracks well and gets out and covers ground. For me, when we compared her to the ones that went first and second, she's a little frailer at the ground when you study her front arm. When you get right on top of that one, she's just a little disappointing in the amount of muscle that she gives you when we compare her to the ones that went first and second in this particular class. While coming out in fourth is one that, for me, from the side, I thought did a lot of things right in terms of giving you a good look, patterning well. You study that one from the top of her shoulder all the way back to her tail head. She's as level as any of them there. For me, she ends up fourth. When you start breaking this one down at the ground, she's too frail for me to get her any higher. But from the side, the look she gives you and just the balance that she has, I think is very good. We've got a really stout one that comes out of the next hole that's got big bones and got some muscle. When you step in behind now, and she's a little bowing in her hot design. And when you watch her go from the side, she's just a little restricted in her rear leg movement. But certainly one I can appreciate. She's got big bones, she's got a big back, got a big hip. Love those things about that one. Hilda comes out next. She's a tall-fronted, attractive one. When we compare her to some of those that went right ahead of her, she's a little narrower in her chest floor, but she comes right at you. She gets a little concave in her knee, and certainly probably not as stout in her bone columns. But after you get past those things about this one, you can appreciate a lot. From the side, she's long, she's level out of her rump. I like that. She's extended ahead of her blade. Just got to stouten her up. One that comes out next here is another one that's just got to have some more bone underneath her to get her higher. I know we've harped on that, and I'm not necessarily a guy that just judges them at the ground and the stoutest ones always win. But ones like that to me do got to be stouter to get them higher at a show of this magnitude. Certainly can appreciate her look, can appreciate her build. Just got to give her a little more structure. One coming out next is the first pick that came through the six, and I thought she set the tone good for starting her Yorkshire show. I like that thing's muzzle. You study her, she's stout there in her jawline. She's got some discrete muscle down her back. If we compare her to some of those that beat her in this class, she was narrower at the ground, she was flatter in her body shape, and just didn't have enough extras to get her higher. But certainly a quality Gilt to end up where she did. Congratulations to all those Yorkshire exhibitors that give them all a hand as they head back.
Class 2 Yorks, excuse me, Class 2 Hamps, please come to the star ring. Class 2 Hamps, we need you to report to the star ring.
The placing in class 1 yard is 8th place Isabella Patio from Whitesboro. 7th wins to Connor Donovan, Lawton FFA. 6th wins to Kaylee Elliott, Miles FFA. 5th was Carla Vasquez, Baker County 4A. 4th was Sophia Patton from Toledo FFA. 3rd was Jason Fleetman from Valley View. 2nd was Cash Lee Swain from Boston County. Class winner was Lila Dollar from Kendall County 4A. We're now judging Class 2 yards. There's only 3 classes of yards, so if you have a champion or reserve champion for the Supreme Drive, it won't be too long. We'll meet you up there at the ring.
real good class have started us off on this Hampshires, and I tell you what, them Duroc breeders better watch out because the percentages of top-end Hamps are starting to smoke these Durocs, and that's good stuff because I've always had a heart for the Hampshires, and it's probably because, let's be honest, the Hampshires are what started what we now call the crossbred show pig world, and so to me, I've always had a few Hampshires around because I figure I owe it to those guys that came before me. Now my Hamps are not very good, but I keep on trying. The one out here that wins the class is the young lady in the black shirt. That one there is so much more comfortable in terms of the use and function of its rear leg. It uses its hoof and heel so much better than does the one in second. That one's more genuine in terms of its rib shape. It's more broody in terms of its center body appearance. It's longer and leveler out of its hip, one that I think is pretty darn good. The young lady in second, man, that's a sharp-dressed, foxy little deal there. That front-end assembly is pretty cool, no doubt, and she shows it wicked good. That one's cool in terms of the way her neck comes out of the front side of her skeleton, and no doubt that front one-third of this one is pretty neat and exotic. It's behind on that one. She gets a little too steep in her hip, and because of that, the use and function of that one's rear legs, she gets underneath herself just a little bit because of the tilt to her hip, and because of that isn't able to pull her hock behind her tail root as much as you would like, but certainly a foxy one that's pretty cool through her front one-third. Young lady that comes out next in third. Here's one that really beefy in terms of her cage. I love this one's uniformity of depth of heart and depth of flank. That one's center cage is fantastic. That one for me gets just a notch daintier in terms of its rear foot size in relation to its bone. And with that smaller rear foot, certainly doesn't utilize the heel and plant with as much genuine foot size when it grabs the surface. But man, that one's center engine is awful neat. Young lady that comes out next is one that certainly still one that has some width to her, and she's got some rib. She's a little plainer in terms of her look from a balance standpoint. She's also just a notch awkward in terms of her knee set in relation to her width up high, one that we like in terms of her body for sure. Young lady that comes out next, and then still a really high-quality Hampshire class, certainly a powerful one. That's a big four-armed one with big, big feet. You know, I call this one the research and development one if you're going to breed and farrow this one, and I'm all about it. But that one's shortness of hip and her transition points at her ham-loin junction scare me just a little bit in terms of the function and go from behind. But she's grizzly stout, and we appreciate it.
Our Class 1 Hampshire class, placings are as follows. Alysta Thedford from Comanche FFA. 9th place, Danny Ryan Johnson from Merkel FFA. 8th place, Gunnar Smith of Wall FFA. 7th, Billy Hollingsworth of Brewer FFA. 6th place was Noah Rivas of Greenwood FFA. 5th place, Kinsley Frischke of Dallam-Hartley County 4-H. 4th place, Mackenzie Morgan of Pretty FFA. 3rd place went to Riley Langford of Parker County 4-H. 2nd, Markley Mathis of Midland FFA. And 1st place went to Macy Spivey from Stephenville FFA. We will take the top 2 to return for possible sale spots.
Okay, the judge has excused the Gilts in the ring, and they're going back to their pins. If you want to give them an applause, I'm sure the exhibitors will appreciate it. And this is the first call for Class 3 Yorkshires, which is our final class of Yorkshires. First call for Class 3 Yorkshires.
And I'm going to go ahead. Do we keep first and second At this time, we'd like to tell the first class of land race, get your hogs ready. We will be calling those to the ring. First class of land race to the Stars Arena. Thank you. Yeah, 2 classes.
get out here in our second class of Hampshires, and not quite as much top end power as what we had. And I'll apologize. Obviously, I told them I never eat lunch because I get tired out here, and I eat lunch because it's so cotton picking good. Then I get out here and I have those two panned up that are from the last class, so I think I'm good to roll. But the nice thing is there's one that's an easy class winner out here. The young lady in the green, man, that one fits the bill really, really good. One that's true in terms of her squareness of skeleton. Man, they got this one on point in terms of skin and hair. Flexibility and comfort from behind is really, really good. A nice one to go ahead and win this class. The young lady in second, you know, very practical one. It's one that certainly got some Hampshire muscle down at its top. It's long from blade forward. You know, in a perfect world, we'd ideally make that one just a notch square and more secure off its rear leg. And while we're doing it, throw it just a notch more bone. But that's a wide-chested one that's still good in terms of her structural integrity. Young lady that comes out next in third gets a little plainer in terms of her front 1/3 in relation to those others. She's a little lower about her set to her front end and a little softer in terms of her pasturing. She's a little steeper in her hip, but that's a big rib, awesome head, great cage, and one that comes at you really, really good. Nice top end of those Hampshires to give those exhibitors a hand.
Got a top 3 of these Yorkshire Gilts here that I think all represent some quality, but outside of maybe the one that's going to end up being first seems to be just a hair stronger front toes. She's the best one in about every other aspect. So any critics of this one that want to hate on her front feet, hey, I'm right there with you. I wish they were a little better. She's the best one absolutely everywhere else, so she's going to get the win today. Young man that's going to go too brings you one that's got a stout skull. I really love a lot of things about this Gilt as well. You get on top of her, she's opened up so good on the top side of her blade. Her center rib cage is good. Her bill is right. I love lots of things about that Gilt. I didn't think she was quite as square when you stepped in right behind her. Is the Gilt that won the class. I didn't think she was quite as wild looking as the one that won. But in terms of this form and function, there's lots of good things in that one. The Gilt in third is another one that I think is sharp looking from the side. She falls a little bit out of balance for me when we get her out here and watch her from the side. She's got a little too much length to her spine for this Okie Pig judge, I guess, to really want to tie into this one. But I do love lots of things about her. She's extended from the blade forward. If you put her in motion, I think she uses her hip and her hock and her hind leg very well. Just a little out of balance and a little disproportional as we view her from the side. Young man's Gilt here that comes out next is one that survived the drive and stayed going for a long time out here. Actually probably resembles in type and kind our second place Gilt quite a bit. For me, that one was a little too sissy about her jawline, and as you study her out here from the side, she's just a little jammed up from the blade forward, but certainly the midrib in that one, and just the center and third of that one's body cavity, very, very good. Gilt that comes out next just kept working her way up in this class. In no way is this one a Gilt that's got a lot of extras in terms of width or stoutness, but her just fault-free kind of design and the package that she offers allowed that one to work her way up into the top half of this class. Got to pry that one apart. Got to give her more to get her higher. But certainly a nice Gilt to fall where she did. Gilt coming out next has got good shape up high. So unfortunately, when you get her out here from the side and watch this Gilt go from the profile, she wants to run downhill a little bit. Not as stout in her bone columns as some of those that we had right ahead of her. Young lady's Gilt that comes out next is one when she came through the stiff. There was no doubt that this one wasn't going to get a pin. I just didn't know what number it would be. Thing's got great big limbs underneath her. She actually has the ability to plant, reach, and go from behind. She certainly has some breeding value and some neat pieces. She doesn't balance good enough from the side to really get any higher today than she got. But where she's good, I think that was awfully neat. She's fun to look at. We're going to let out some more of these things coming out down the line here that are good build hogs. She just didn't have the extras as those ahead of them. Certainly a deep class. We kept a few extras here. Really a fun set of Yorkshires. Let's pay all these kiddos off in that class with a big round of applause.
Over on this side in the Champion Hampshire Drive, and a nice pair out here, no doubt. And there's one that I deviate to pretty easy, actually, in my mind. And it's one that I think is so special within this breed, one that's so wide in terms of its pin set and comes down with a big, big rear leg and sets it down with some use of its heel and its foot. It's still one that's awesome in terms of its body and its spread from blade to hip. Young lady in the black will be your Champion Hampshire.
Okay, I'll give the placings on Class 2 Yorkshires real quick. 11 of them placed. Ethan Spindle from Whitesboro was 11th. 10th, Lillian Mann Wimberley. 8th was Addison Granberry, Van Zandt County. 7th, Madeline Staff, Albany. 6th went to Kaya Williams, Montague County. 5th was Emma Stuckey Staff, Alvarado FFA. And 5th. 4th was Tyler Halbert, Burleson Center. 3rd was Molly Waldron from UMass. 2nd was Rhett Owen, Pikeville, and our class winner was Paisley O'Lucy from Hamilton. We're judging class 3 yards, which is our last class of yards. In a little bit, we'll call for the first and second place yards. Likewise, won't be too long, we'll judge the supreme champion.
Over here for reserve champion. It gets a little closer in my mind, and yet for a guy like me that's been doing it for 30 years and had 200 sows that entire time, there's one that's a better female out here in terms of going into the fairing crate and holding herself together because there's better structural integrity. She's better in terms of the way she hinges her hip. She's better in terms of the levelness to her hip. She's better in terms of the comfort to her vertebrae. The young lady in the green shirt will be reserve champion.
Where's our clicker? I was just going to announce it real quick. 14 and 12. I've called class 1. I'm going to call class 2. Class 1 is already here. Congratulations to our Hampshire champion, shown and exhibited by Macy Spivey from Stephenville FFA. Our reserve champion, Blakely Bottleberg from Erath County 4-H. Placings in our Class 2 Hampshires. 10th place, Lane Talley. 9th place, Ethan Medrano. 8th place, Colby Langford, Parker County 4-H. 7th, Aspen Miller of Silverton FFA. 6th, Valley View, Haley Yates. Haley Yates of Valley View FFA. 6th place, Alexandria Huseman, Lubbock Cooper FFA. 4th place, Avery Tidwell from Moore County 4-H. 3rd place, Lily Slimp, Palo Pinto County 4-H. 2nd place, Sawyer Ownby of Hill County 4-H. And our first place class winner, Blakely Bottleberg of Erath County 4-H. At this time, we'll call our Class 2 landrace gilts. Please bring them to the Star Gilts arena. Class 2 landrace. Please bring your Class 2 landrace to the Star arena.
So we need 2 Gilts, Lindley West from Lavernia, FFA, and Monroe Jagger Monroe from Iredale, FFA. If you're coming, let us know. If not, let us know because we're moving on. Okay, our judge has released these Yorkers in the holding in the arena. You can go back to your team and thank you for coming. Please give them an applause. I'm sure they'd appreciate it. We're judging Class 3 Yorkers, which is our last class. If you're first or second in Class 1 and 2, please make your way to the holding pen.
At this time, we're going to call our Class 1 Poland China to the star gilt ring. Please bring your Class 1 Poland Chinas to the star gilt arena.
First class Halandres Gilts, a nice pair here up at the top, and There's one that's just truer in terms of its skeletal build. There's one that's better for its frame size and weight, that's bigger in terms of its leg. There's no doubt it's bigger in terms of its foot size. There's no doubt it uses its rear heel and foot substantially better in terms of grabbing the surface. I like the proportionality and balance of it. The young lady here will be your class winner. Good job. The big bulky one, no doubt, is the one in second, and if you tell me that one has more cage and body right now, I won't argue with you on that, but if you tell me this one's better structured, you're wrong. This one here is better, or not as good in terms of its foot, especially as you study that one in terms of the small foot that it has, and then when it hits the ground, it wants to swivel off that little toe because its feet are not big enough, but man, that's a bulky centered, big ribbed one, no doubt. Young lady that comes out next in third is one that from a design standpoint I like quite a bit. It's one that's long from blade forward. It opens up into a really, really good chest fore. That's a big forearm on this one. Ever so slightly perhaps too long body, but hey, we're looking at landrace, so we're good with it. It's one that's got a big upper cage in it. It's still good in terms of its function and go from behind, but more than anything, true squareness and true build and design is why that one goes in third. The young man that comes out next is one that's certainly one that's got a lot of center body to it. It's one that has a lot of spread from blade to hip, a little more crest in terms of its neck. Good job, young lady. A little bit more crest to its neck. It's one that I didn't think just function and go from behind as good, and certainly was one that operated off of a smaller rear leg.
Placings in our Class 1 land race. 7th place, James Vaught, Iredell FFA. 6th place, Madeline Stapp, Albany FFA. 5th place, Cambry Cover, Dallam County 4-H, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. 4th place, Landon Mitchell, Midland Legacy FFA. 3rd place, Annalise Jones, Floyd County 4-H. 2nd place, Madison Woolery from Williamson County. And our 1st place class winner, Madison Swintek from Wimberley FFA. We have called our Class 1 Poland Chinas to the star ring. Class 1 Poland Chinas. We will be selling champion and reserve hamp in the sale. 2 Hampshires, champion and reserve place. 2 Hampshires in the sale.
Okay, we're about to conclude this Yorkshire show. If you have a breed or reserve breed champion, slowly make your way to the holding ring. Breed or reserve breed champion will be our last deal. We'll judge this supreme here in a little bit. Young ladies here in the center of the ring have done an awesome job of not only getting their projects ready, but getting them out here and driving them. And we've looked at this pair for a while now, and I think there's plenty of gas left in the tank on both of these show gilts. So I compliment both of you young ladies on doing your work at home, because it takes a lot of work to get home so they can stay out here and drive this long, and especially gilts that are this big. Normally they like to tire out a long time before these dip, but I think the quality within this pair is very good. We're going to use the Stout Better Coat option. That's the young lady to my left with a purple sweater. She's going to have your class winner. Like both of these things a great deal. If we could stout that one up in second a little bit in her ankle in terms of her bone mass, and lift her up on her front toes she could have been our class winner, because I actually prefer her height to shoulder. I prefer the look she's got ahead of her blade. Just got to sound her up to the ground, fix her on her front feet, but a very good Gilts going in the 2-hole. Young man that comes out third brings one that's coming out the gate or in the back. I thought, man, this is going to be tough, and she was. She pushed this pair pretty close to us on the top end. As we compare her to the ones that went first and second in this class, she wants us to run downhill a little bit. If you just study the height of her shoulder, she's not as tall there. In terms of just proportions for me, that one gets a little stretchy in her body length. What I do love about her is the ability to be as wide as she is, as stout as she is, but still get out here and cover the surface of the arena very well and very true as you step in behind her. At times from the side, she wants to tuck her hind leg up underneath her a little more than I'm probably comfortable with, but that also is probably why she's got a little extra flex and cushion there. A nice gilt that lands in the third hole, just gotten a really tough class of Yorkshire. The gilt that comes out next is one that from the side patterns up really well. Like her length of spine, I like her height of shoulder. Wasn't as stout, wasn't as side apart coming at you as the ones that beat her in this class, but certainly a competitive Yorkshire. But I think as she continues to mature, is only going to get better. A stoutie comes out next. It's got a big noggin and big arms. This is a gilt for me that just fell out of contention when you step right in behind her. She wants to plant her feet a little wide at the service and from the side. I don't know if she's just striking in her look as a couple of those that went right ahead of her. Young man's gilt is a little cuter option from the side in terms of just the look that she gets you ahead of her blade. As we get that one out there and study her compared to her contemporaries, she's a little narrower. She drives right at you. She gets a little concave in her knee, but she does the opposite thing out back. From behind, she wants to roll outside of her skeleton a little bit. She's just a balance problem for me. That's why she worked herself down. As we let a few of these out coming next, some nice Yorkshire females, and we kept a bunch in that class. These kiddos who are letting out the ring now also have some real neat projects. Let's give all the Yorkshire exhibitors in that class a round of applause.
All right, I'm going to announce the class 3 Yorkshire. We placed 10th. 10th was Colin Harris from Eastland. 9th was Cutter Roberts from Hamilton. 8th, J.C. Hoyt from Hardin County. 7th was Lexi Yard from Valley View. 6th was Natalie Colhurst from Mills County. 5th went to Riley Clark, Royce City FFA. 4th, Abigail Self, Royce City. 3rd, Cash Swearingen, Boston County. 2nd, Paisley Oglesby, Hamilton. And our class winner was Kinsey Goldman from Belton. Okay, now we're judging for champion Yorkshire. And if you have a breed or reserve breed now, we really need you to come to the holding ring, get you in place so we can judge for supreme.
Okay, in this class of land race, a clear-cut winner in the young man in the black vest here. One that's square built and good design. One that function and forms out of its rear leg really good in terms of the operation and the ability to reach and plant and drive. Robust in terms of its cage, big in terms of its top. The young man in second is one that's obviously just a notch plainer in terms of not only its muscle, but its look through its front 1/3. It's in second because it's so much better in terms of the use and function of its rear leg and especially its foot than the one that comes out next in third. The one that comes out next in third, surely this one is stouter and denser in terms of its bone and ruggedness than the one in second, and I get all those things, but if you study that one in terms of the way that one plants its rear foot, it's too rigid on its rear passer and it doesn't utilize the heel enough, and because of that it wants to sit and swivel when it plants on the ground. It wants to swivel out of its hip instead of rotating a functional hip and hind leg, and I'm pretty critical on that. You probably hear me talk about hoofs and hoof walls and heels more than some people, but when we're making females, we got to have them good at the ground, and that one's not quite good enough at the ground for me to go into second place. The young man that comes out next, this one is more secure and better in terms of its foot placement from behind than the one ahead of it, except this one gets a little flatter in terms of its cage, a little more forward in terms of the reach out of its front end assembly, a little plainer in terms of its look. Another really good class of land race to give those kiddos a hand.
Three nice class winners here to select you a champion Yorkshire from. Honestly, if you get all three of them back out here, it becomes a little more clear cut for me than I even thought it was going to be. Young lady here in the orange is going to have your pick. Congratulations.
Poland, China, we need Paradise and De Leon with your Class 1 Poland, China Gilts to the Stars ring. Paradise, De Leon.
We bring in the second place there. there, and that's a nice Gilt. Probably just isn't as wild looking as that champion. There's another one out here that I thought came out of a real tough class of pigs and just worked their way up in that class for being good built, being good bodied, and just not being overly messed up anywhere. In the show pig world, sometimes that's the hardest thing to do is just make one that doesn't have problems. Your reserve doesn't have many. Young lady here close to soon is going to be reserve.
Okay, our champion Yorkshire Gilt was exhibited by Paisley Oglesby from Hamilton County, and our reserve was by Kingsley Goldman of Belton, FFA. And that concludes our Yorkshire show. Now we go for Supreme Gilt Show.
Get off here for champion landrace, and certainly obviously difference in size and feed bucket, what's taken over and stuff. But if we just talk about one that's truly the absolute best in terms of function and go, skeletal correctness, squareness of build, pattern and design, no doubt in my mind, the lightweight's your champion. The second to our champion comes out and certainly gets in the mix. I do think the other one is better in terms of its bone and its stoutness and its density and its feature. Young man in the black vest will be your reserve champion.
Yeah, we need your breed and reserve breed champions in the junior Gilt show now. We need your breed and reserve breed champions.
How are we on class 1 Poland China?
Paradise is on her way.
Still need De Leon?
That one.
De Leon FFA, please bring your Poland China. Class 1 to the ring.
Class 1 is all here.
While we're waiting for the breed champions, reserve breed champions to come, I'd like to have time to thank the ring help. They did an awesome job. This is the biggest show we ever had, but it really was the smoothest it ever worked because we had such good ring help. And the people who worked outside, checking in papers, you know, we worked till real late, close to 10. We got everybody in. Thank the stock show for letting us continue to have the show. And we all work together both sides. And I really appreciate it. Also want to thank our judge for coming. One thing about it, when they come, they have to find somebody at home to do their work, and someone to babysit their children when it's things scared, and his wife, Allie, for coming a long way and doing an excellent job. And another thing, I think everybody knows it's really not about the pigs, it's a little bit more about child development. These kids are good. The reason everybody helps is somebody helped us when we were kids, and somebody helped our kids. But just want to thank all the exhibitors and the people that helped, and I think we had a real good show.
Congratulations to our champion land race, Madison Swintek of Wimberley FFA, and our reserve champion, Danzer Bailing of Bryson FFA.
Okay, we're going to start this champion drive, and I'm going to announce the breed and reserve breed champions, but the reserve breed stay in your team. Our champion dark OCD was shown by Paisley Harden from Brock FFA. And the reserve champion was secured by Brooklyn Cassie from Paradise FFA.
Okay.
Okay, our champion Berkshire was secured by Sawyer O&B from Gilts County 4A. And our reserve champion Berkshire was by Kendi Smith from Midland County 4A. The champion Duroc was Berkeley Bashir from Johnson County 4A. And our reserve Duroc was exhibited by Kinsey Shark from Montague County. Our champion Hampshire was exhibited by Cashley Swearingen from Bosque County 4A. And our reserve champion was exhibited by Kinsley Gray Priest from Dallin Hartley County 4A. Champion Light OPD was Kenton Mabry from Crawford FFA. Reserve champion was exhibited by Ellis Bailey from Bryson FFA.
We're on Poland time. How many classes?
Champion spot was exhibited by Sawyer O&B Hill County 4A. And reserve champion spot was Audrey Barak of McClellan County 4A. And our champion Yorkshire was exhibited by Paisley, Ogilvy, Hamilton County 4A. And the reserve was Keithley Goldman from Belton FFA. These were our race champions.
Placings in our Class 2 land race. 9th place, Cole Kate, Brock FFA. 8th place, Grayson Clark, Burnett FFA. 7th place, Taylor Tidwell of Moore County 4-H. 6th place, Hudson Music of Stephenville FFA. 5th place, Landon Mitchell, Midland Legacy FFA. 4th place, Jacob Swatzel from Erath County 4-H. 3rd place, Carly Hedges of Henrietta FFA. 2nd place, Jagger Monroe of Iredell FFA. And our first place class winner was Danzer Bailing from Bryson FFA.
Well, guys, I won't make this take a long time. I don't want to delay the show on the other side any longer than I have to. If you kids just want to park these things for just a second, we'll try to name you a champion as soon as we can. Before we do any of that, guys, I've been fortunate to get to judge in a lot of places and to judge as many pigs as we have the last 2 days and to do it as efficiently as we have and to get through them the way we have would not be possible without a lot of people. So we're going to take a little time and thank a few of those. All these guys that worked in the back, getting the pigs checked in, working the shift, all the people out here that work these gates. Let's give these guys a huge round of applause. They certainly earned it. It sure was a pleasure for me to get to work with all you guys. We had a lot of fun, and I mean that when I say I've been to a lot of shows, and I've never judged as many pigs as effortlessly as we have the last 2 days. So I really do appreciate you guys. And then to the show staff here, hospitality for me as a show judge has been second to none from the time we started doing contracts and getting hotel reservations and all the things we did. So to the show staff that puts this on, let's give all those guys a big round of applause too. They were truly awesome to work with. It's been a really fun set of pigs, start to finish. The last 2 days has been great, and I guess it's funny to me to see that this show's grown, and it's bigger than it's ever been, because as we started selling pigs this season, there's all the rumors and the talk of everyone saying, oh, people aren't going to show pigs, it costs too much, there's no way we can feed as many, we can't afford to do it. I wanted to say thank you to all the act teachers, all the parents, and everyone involved that knows how important it is that kids do this. And to not worry about how much it costs. It's fun for me as a dad of 2 little girls to see that even though everyone keeps talking about it's going to die out, everything keeps going. People love it. We realize how important it is to raise our kids doing this, and there's no better place to raise them. So all the people standing behind them, parents, leaders, ag teachers, everyone that keeps encouraging kids to do this, thank you. Thank you for making kids know it's important. Thank you for you knowing it's important. It means a lot to me and my family. Like I say, it's been fun, and to come down here and just get rejuvenized, and just to think it's a few short years before I get to do this with my kids, man, it really hypes me up. I hope that someday my girls get to drive the quality of pigs that are in this show ring now. I would certainly be proud to have either of my girls show any of the reserves, and so many pigs that we've seen through the last couple of days. Guys, it's been a lot of fun for me. Let's fire these things up. I'm going to get you a champion.
This time we'd like to call up our Class 2 Poland Chinas. Class 2 Poland Chinas, please come to the Stars Gilt Arena.
That one came out earlier, guys, and she didn't make it very long into the sift or very long out here before I knew I was running with that one. That animal's got a big foot. She's sound. It just puts it together for me from a design standpoint. It is so hard to make them that stout and to keep them built the way she is. I love that one. There's another pig out here that came through the ring yesterday, and then as I went to bed last night, I was just thinking about what it takes to make a champion show deal, to make them that are just athletic, awesome looking, but yet still put some chub on them, put some finish on them, and give them just an ideal kind of condition. There's another one I like a great deal. Congratulations, young lady, for doing that.
Chester was Kit Mabry from Crawford, FFA. Champion Duroc from Berkeley Bashir from Johnson County 4-H. And we have a showmanship buckles here. I'll let my son Blaze present them.
We've been dealing with these kids all day for the past few days, and you can tell who actually works with the animals and not. And we have 2 buckles to give, so we've chosen 2 girls to receive the buckles. And Kinsey Short and Sawyer Ombry have won showmanship for our show this year. Thank you. If Kinsey Short and Sawyer Ombry could come win their showmanship buckles, we really appreciate that.
Class 2, Poland, China. Stephenville, Gray, Cotton Center, and Paulette. You have hogs in this class. Class 2, Poland, China. Stephenville, Gray, Cotton Center, and Paulette. Last call for our Class 2 Poland, China, Gray County. Class 2 Poland, China. At this time, I would like to recognize our judges again and thank them for coming out to San Angelo to help us through our 91st Stock Show and Rodeo. Judge Shane Brenning from Keota, Iowa, has been involved in swine production for over 30 years with his company Brenning Genetics, producing show pigs. He received his education from Iowa State University. He was the 1993 National Champion Livestock Judging Team at Iowa State and High Individual in Swine. He and his wife Kathleen of 29 years have 3 daughters, 1 in vet school, 1 in PT school, and 1 in undergrad. Thank you, Judge Brenning, for being with us throughout our Star Gilts show. And also Justin Tibbetts from Mineral Point, Wisconsin. He's been involved in swine production for 10 years for Tibbetts Livestock, where they raise show cattle and pigs. He attended the University of Wisconsin at Platteville. He's judged throughout his high school and college years and has judged hog shows in many states throughout the country for about the last 15 years. He and his wife, Ashley, have 2 boys, Landry and Maddox. Again, thank you, Judge Tibbetts, for being with us at our San Angelo Star Gilts show. Would like to thank the buckle sponsors in our Star Gilt show. For our Hampshire class, we had Joe Tidwell of Rocking T Show Pigs. Our champion land race was with Sundown Bank in Wall, Texas, and our Poland China is being presented by will be presented by Allercamp Farms of Comfort, Texas.
Over here on the Poland side, a real easy class winner, young lady here in the purple sweater wins this class. Super stout and dancing, big-legged, and where so many times Polands are bad, this one's good in terms of relaxation of the rear hoof and heel, is able to plan off that one and drive. Yeah, it's a little coarse in its hock, but that one's way too good for that to become in the mix and something to need to sort on. The young lady in second is one that, yes, this one's cleaner in its hock, but it's not as designed as good in terms of its top line, which will rear up in the center portion of its vertebrae and a little lower set about its front end, but it's very comfortable in terms of the way it hinges its hip and hock. And I thought that one was better in its transition point in terms of its ham-loin junction than is the one coming out in third. The one coming out in third probably has just enough more power and punch, especially as you analyze that one from behind. She's wide in her chin, she's dense in her skeleton, she's got a lot of cage down her top. That was a little rough in terms of her ham-loin punch. Got most of drop the pins just a bit too much for me. I'd like to design that one up just a notch better to go ahead and get any higher. The young lady that comes up, good job. The young lady that comes out next, one that's certainly got a lot of body and mass to her. She wants to drag her legs just a little bit, especially the left rear, like the set and plant. I was just a little bit better there. She's also one that deviates at her knee just a little bit. But man, she's packed full of power in terms of her center body and cage. The one that comes out next is also good in terms of her front end assembly. She's good in terms of her throat not cleanliness. We need to change this one in terms of her smoothness of her top line and her transition point. Rough at her ham loin, deviates in terms of her neck tie up on top of her blade.
Could have your attention in the barn. The witching hour's here. If you're in the sale lot pens, you need to move because we're getting staffed together right now. We're headed that way. We're going to start pinning them around the barn. We have got to get those first 5 rows of pens empty. So if you're camped out over there or you have gilts in those pens, please move those things for us. Let's get them moved. Gilts that are going to be in the sale, start making plans. Those sale lots won't be posted until we get the sale order together. Hopefully we'll get those pins in shape for you with numbers on them, and you can move that way. But one thing I'd like to remind you is not to be feeding in water in a whole lot so that gilts will have an appetite or be thirsty so we can photograph them really well. We'll also do a video of your gilt. So let's get ready for that too. But get over there. If you've got those gilts over there, you know who you are. There's some crossbred gilts, Landrace or Chester, some down there at White Hog. They've already shown. Get them out of there.
Placings in our Poland China Class 1. 10th place, Emery Galovich, Taylor County 4-H. 9th place, Benjamin Woodward, White Deer FFA. 8th place, Parker Wallace, Lubbock, Monterey. 7th place, Cambry Kitchens, Dallam, Hartley County 4-H. 6th place, Grady Wyatt, Happy FFA. 5th place, Adeline Galovich, Taylor County 4-H. 4th place, Savannah Schoenhals, Follette FFA. 3rd place, Aubrey Agundis, Plainview FFA. 2nd place, Tatum Braden, Glasscock County 4-H. And our 1st place Class 1 winner, Brooklyn Kathy of Paradise FFA. At this time, we'll call in our spots. We have our Class 1 spots are being called to the Stars Show Arena. Class 1 spots. Please bring them to the ring.
Real easy class winner here, one that I like quite a bit in terms of the Poland breed, man. This one's secure in terms of its rear foot placement. It's really good in terms of its cage. Its proportionality and balance is incredible. That's a darn nice one to go ahead and lead this class off. The one in second, equally as good from the side, but then when you get behind this one, we were going east, west, north, and south, and I'm still going to go ahead and put it that way because it offers enough quality and everything else in terms of its cage and its front three-fourths, but certainly we got to fix things from behind. The young lady then that comes out next in third is one that is certainly more secure, and she's better off of her rear legs than is the one I use ahead of her. She's a little plainer in terms of her design. She too is one that wants to drop her pins just a little bit. Very comfortable, just complete, kind of a default third, if you will. Nothing wrong with her at all, just doesn't have as many extras as those top two. The young man that comes out next in fourth, here again, the one that's big blade and got some body to it. It's one that gets a little short stepping from behind more than anything. It gets underneath itself just a little too much. You need to pull that one tuck behind it when it's in motion. A nice class of pulling. I'll start off right after that and say that my champion here is one that's just really fun to look at. And I got to be honest with you, I don't always say that in the polo arena, but this one, I mean, it's next level pulling. This one is big time good. I'm not even going to describe it because if you think I'm wrong, I am not. The one in the red is champion. Just as easy to place our champion as just as easy to place the reserve. Function and form, young lady, in the purple will be your reserve.
Attention in the Swan Barn. We need the vehicles on the west side of the barn to clear out for loadout. Please, if you have vehicles parked on the west side of the barn, please move your vehicles so the trailers can get in for loadout. Thank you. Also, we would like to remind you to not feed and water your gilt so that they can get the pictures. Please do not feed and water your gilt when they're over at the sale slot. If you're no longer in contention for the sale, show. Please do not feed and water.
If you're no longer in contention for the show, but you are in the cell, please do not feed and water so we can get good pictures for you guys. If y'all feed and water them and we get a bad picture, I do not want you complaining about the picture.
In which class? Is that the one that was complaining? Is that the class that was bad? No, 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 no. Class 2 Poland China placings. Our 10th place was Landon Greer at Gray County 4-H. 9th place, Cambry Cover, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. 8th place, Faith Dickerson, Red Oak FFA. 7th place, Lachlan Gale Russell of Follett FFA. 6th place, Darren Sykes of Dumas FFA. 5th place, Haley Nicholson, Dalhart FFA. 4th place, Preston Abbott, Spur FFA. 3rd place, Haley Nicholson, Dalhart FFA. 2nd place, Stockton Mathis of Midland FFA. And our Poland China Class 2 winner, Ellis Bailing, Bryson FFA. Spots, Class 1. Please bring your gilts to the ring. Only FFA, Colorado FFA, and Petite FFA. You each have a gilt in the spotted Class 1. Only Colorado Petite. Class 1 spots. Again, at the conclusion of your classes, it's very important that we ask that you do not water or feed your gilts until the photo has been taken. Class 1 spots, Colorado and Petite FFA. We need your gilts. Colorado and Petite. At the conclusion of today's show, a list will be posted of the gilts that will be in the sale in the order that they will sell. These gilts must remain in the barn, and the exhibitor or a representative must be present to move the gilts to the sale lot pins that correspond to your sale lot number and for your sale photos. Again, we ask that you do not water or feed your gilts until the sale photo has been taken after your show. At this time, we'd like to call your Class 2 spots to the Gilt Stars ring. Class 2 spots. Please bring your Class 2 spots to the Stars ring. Class 2 spots. You're wanted in the Stars Gilt Ring. We need gilts from Airedale, Clyde FFA, and Llano County 4-H. Please bring your Class 2 spots to the show ring. Class 2 spots, Airedale, Clyde, and Llano County. Once again, we do have a knife that's been turned in. If you have lost a nice knife, please come to the announcer stand and give us an explanation of it. We have a nice knife at the announcer stand.
Here in our first class of spots, here's the one that to win the class, and I probably shouldn't always start with the negative, but it's real easy class winner, and yet it's harder for me than what you think, only because I'm such a critic in terms of jawbone. Because the one that wins has to win. The young man closest to me, that one's truly the best one out here. That one's bold and stout, square and wide, and utilizes a great hind leg in particular for this spot breed. I mean, that one's actually got set to its rear leg. It's got function and form off of its foot. Its blade is set within the realms of its skeleton. It doesn't pull its elbow pocket out and look all squirrely like so many of them do. In a perfect world, it needs to kick more jaws, but it's an easy winner. The one that comes out next in second, and it's one that you could say probably has a little more jaw, but then that was a little plainer in terms of its neck. It's another one, though, that you just got to appreciate in terms of squareness of build and age and body and feel and proportionality. Everything fits and matches and hinges a good hip and hop, particularly for this breed. The young lady then that comes out next in third, one that's still good in terms of its chest form. I don't think this one's obviously as good in terms of its hip and the way it hinges its hock, a little shorter and stabbier, if you will, in terms of the way it places its foot on the ground. One that we do appreciate in terms of its length from blade forward, one that's got good fresh shape down its back, nice kind of a spot to land where it does. The young man that comes out next, here again, one that I like the front three-fourths of this in quite a bit. Busted wide open in terms of its chest form. It's one that's good in terms of its top line. I like the set, the curvature to that forearm. It operates off of a big forearm. It's one that, for me, when you get right on top of that one, gets a little flatter and more apex about its cage, just not as much stoutness and broodiness to the center portion of that one's body. The white colored spot that comes out next, just a good basic kind of a hog that's not ever going to get you in trouble. The fundamentals are good, bone and rib and body. It gets a little bit spotitis in terms of its rear leg in comparison to some of the others. A little more rigid in terms of its passer and a little shorter in its strides from behind. But a good class of spots to give those kiddos a hand.
Llano County and Clyde FFA, please bring your Class 2 spots to the Stars Ring. Llano County 4-H and Clyde FFA. Class 2 spots. Again, a reminder, we ask that you do not water or feed your gilts until the sale photo has been taken. Thank you. Placings in our Class 1 spot class. Tenth place went to Jeremiah Molina, Floyd County 4-H. Ninth place, Weston Chandler of Iredell FFA. Eighth place, Brody Wetstein, Stephenville FFA. Seventh place, Quinn Feltman, Wall FFA. Sixth place, Greenlee Moore, Young County 4-H. Fifth place, Paisley Chandler from Iredell FFA. Fourth place, Jacob Anzaldua, Archer County 4-H. Third place, Cheyenne Trojak, Wall FFA. Second place, Jaden Wade, Callisburg FFA. And our first place Class 1 spot winner, Tucker Andrzejczyk, Hamilton FFA.
They called Clyde and Lano no shows in class 2. That matters. Lano County and Clyde FFA. Okay. Oh yeah. They usually tell me if they're good Clyde. Yeah, Clyde. Class 2 is what we just did, right? Class 3, make sure they're all coming in.
Class 3 spots. Class 3 spots. Bring your gilts to the ring.
You might just call for class 3 in general.
Got it. Yeah, I thought I'd just call for class 3.
You did.
That's what I thought. Okay. He wasn't listening.
They left all the old papers over there.
Bring him to me and I'll take him to the office. Yeah, for those. Yeah, they all just ran. Thank you. Again, we're calling the last class of spots, Class 3. Class 3 spots. Please bring him to the Stars Gilt Ring, show ring. Class 3 spots have been called. Class 3 spots. Reagan County 4-H, Godley FFA, Cleburne FFA. You have Gilts in this class. Class 3 spots. Please bring him to the ring. Final call. Class 3 spots. Reagan County 4-H, Cleburne FFA. You have Gilts in this class. Class 3 spots. Final call.
Next class spot one that wins the young lady in the purple shirt. And she's better in terms of her design and her height of shoulder. She's good in terms of her cage and her reach. Now I will say, and that's probably because I'm old, it was tough for me to use her because she's the best cage. Now that's a very small bowler. The guys that came before me would have never used one like that, and you know, with spirets and everything, I'm not so certain that bowl size has as much to do with the ability to Pharaoh cage as what they used to think, and yet at the same time, that one's so small, if we do have to pull pigs, better have a little hand. But that's the best pig in here and it needs to win, and I'll let you guys decide where you need to be on the pole on that one. The young lady in the peach is one that's just a practical kind of a spot gilt. One that hinges a good hip and hock. She's not as good in terms of her symmetry and her lines and her transition points as our champion, especially when the analyze curves, her loin and hamloin hookup wants to dish out and get a little soft there. But I like that squareness and build and cage that she has. The young lady that comes out next is one that's really good in terms of her chest floor and her cage and her rib. You know, here again, one that for me in terms of transition points are a little tough. Not only is she a little U-neck in terms of the way she comes in with her neck into her shoulder and bounces back out, she's the same way in terms of the transition at her ham loin jumping. And she's a little retentive, or a little slow in terms of moving out here and off of her rear leg. I wish she just had a little more set and go from behind to get up and go and grab the surface. This one's definitely different for the spot breed, and I think this one actually offers quite a bit in terms of breeding value. We got so many little dinky-toed spots that are bulldog-shouldered and messed up off either end of their skeleton. This one does not have enough rib and true width for me, and yet, man, that is a long-fronted spot with long hips, and her length and range of motion is really, really good. I do think that was a very unique breeding piece. You know, today she's too long-faced and too flat for me to go any higher. But I appreciate the quality that she has. The young lady that comes out next, man, this one hit me like a bullet from the side. Right now, all of you guys are saying he lost his marbles. This one should have been up higher. Man, that left rear pastern is not right. We absolutely are not planting on that rear pastern at all. It is absolutely tiptoe into the ground. We've got to get that one back on its heel. It's got to operate better off that rear leg. Other than that one, that was really good. I know I'm a critic when it comes to feet and the way they set, but that one there, if you watch that one on the cement or wherever you watch it, it's got to be better there, and that's why it's placed where it is.
Our Class 2 spots placings. 10th place, Autumn Holman, Belton FFA. 9th place, Jacob Swatzel from Erath County 4-H. 8th place went to Zachary Harrison of Ballinger FFA. 7th place, Samuel Carrion, Albany FFA. 6th place, Kylie Huseman of Lubbock Cooper FFA. 5th place, Jesse Hartnett of Wall FFA. 4th place went to Matley Fishbacher of Potter County 4-H. 3rd place, Cassidy Collette, Hamilton FFA. 2nd place went to Kinley Long of Madison County 4-H. And our 1st place Class 2 spot went to Harper Lackey of Hamilton FFA. Congratulations to our spot Class 2. We need our Class 1 spots, position 1 and 2, and our Class 2 spots, place 1, 2, and 3, to be making it back to the ring. Class 1 spots, 1 and 2, Class 2 spots, places 1, 2, and 3. Please make your way back to the show ring for a consideration for sale positions. We need our Class 2 second place spot. Please return to the ring. I'm sorry, Class 1 second place. Class 1 second place spot. Please return to the ring for consideration for show spot. At the conclusion of today's show, a list again will be posted of the gilts that will be in the sale in the order that they will sell. These gilts must remain in the barn, and the exhibitor or representative must be present to move the gilts to the sale lot pins that correspond to your sale lot number and for the sale photos. Again, we ask that you do not water or feed your gilts after the show until the sale photo has been taken. Thank you.
Brenda, will you call me whenever y'all are getting ready for Grand Drive?
I can? Okay. You got a walkie-talkie?
No, I was gonna write my name in the back for you.
Yeah, sometimes the phones don't work in here, though. That's the problem. But yeah,
Okay.
that'll be on
Someone's got a walkie-talkie.
I'll call the walkie-talkie.
And the Taylor can talk.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks, Jen. At this time, we're going to call our Class 1 Yorkshires. Bring your Class 1 Yorkshires to the Stars Gilt Arena. Class 1 Yorkshires.
Nice pair here at the top end of this class, and I think, you know, when I get down and I get eye level with running gears, you probably see me do that a lot. It's not because I'm just the most athletic thing in the world anymore, but you can see so much in terms of just engine and hips and running gears. And when you do that out here, I think it becomes actually fairly easy for me. The young ladies wins this class because function and form, build and design on this one is just incredible in comparison, especially to the one in second. She does not have as much upper cage and she is not as big bone, and I'll give you that. But that one's function and form is so good. The young man in second, you know, a little bit of spot-itis going on in terms of the way the blade's laid in on that one. Its elbow pocket wants to come out because it's so broad about its shoulder, and then as you study that one from blade knee to ground, we progressively get narrower at the ground, and it rolls up on its front feet, and it's all started because of the design of that shoulder on that one. Other than that, I love the broadness and density of that one for sure. The young lady then that comes in next and third, I don't think this one is as good and attractive to its front one-third as those top two. Certainly a little plainer in terms of its neck. It's so good in terms of its body. It's one that just doesn't balance up quite as good as those top two. The young lady that comes out next in fourth. Here again, one that's still broad-backed and big forearmed and big-chested, no doubt. This is the short-stepping one of the top four, no doubt. It's the one that we'd like to reconstruct the way she steps out of her rear one-third. The young lady that comes out next is one that, just for me, just is not more uncomfortable out here off either end of her skeleton. Wants to reach too much out of her front end. It's not comfortable when she pulls off the surface. It's one that gets just a little bit outside the parameters of length of body. And when you get up on top of that one, certainly not as much spread at the top of her blade and her upper cage in relation to some of those others. congratulations to these exhibitors and their families out here. I do think there's one that if you get past the one thing that I criticize on it, it's just easily the best hog. It's the best in its back shape. It's the best in its center cage. It's really, really good in terms of its squareness of build. And I'd argue that it's actually the soundest one out here as well. The young man will be your champion spot. Come out here for our reserve champion, and the one that for me is just the next best balanced one out here. It's so good in terms of her lines and her angles. Young lady in the speckled shirt here will be your reserve champion.
Congratulations to our champion spot, shown and exhibited by Tucker Ondrusek from Hamilton FFA, and our reserve champion by Casey Barnes of Lavernia FFA. Placings in our Class 3 spots. 10th place, Riley Elston, Erath County 4-H. 9th place, Darren Sykes, Dumas FFA. 8th place, Kaya Williams, Montague County 4-H. 7th place, Audrey Harris, Mills County 4-H. 6th place, Paisley Fowler of Peaster FFA. 6th place, Katie Braden, 5th place, Katie Braden, Glasscock County 4-H. 4th place went to Valerie Franklin of Archer County 4-H. 3rd place, Kennedy Whitaker, Paducah FFA. 2nd place, Max Adams of Cedar Park FFA. And 1st place for our Class 3 spots was Casey Barnes of Lavernia FFA. Class 1 Yorkshires were missing Reagan County and Valley FFA. Class 1 Yorkshires, please bring your gilts to the star ring.
Exhibitors in the barn that had the top 5 crossbreds from yesterday's show. We'll be calling you to the ring when we start to pick our champion overall purebred. So you be getting ready. Following the Yorkshire breed, we're going to call up all our champions and reserve champion pure breeds. And as soon as they get here, we're going to call you, the top 5 crossbreds. So make sure you understand you'll be coming back. I just want to remind you once again, if you have a pig that's in the sale, please don't be feeding and watering it right now, because that picture taking is real easy when they're hungry and thirsty. So kind of lay off a bit Keep them happy, but don't slop them. We will post the overall sale order following the end of the show. The eligible gilts from the purebreds will be posted prior to that, though. So if you have a purebred and you're not sure, they'll post that fairly quick. That is not a sale order. The sale order will come out with numbers on it, and then we'll get you to move to the pen in the sale area that corresponds to your number.
Final call for Class 1 Yorks. Final call, Class 1 Yorkshires. Valley FFA, Reagan County. Again, we would like to thank our Stars Gilt Show buckle sponsors. Our champion spot buckle was provided by Levi Canales of LC Genetics of Canyon, Texas. Our champion Yorkshire buckle will be provided by Fishbacher Show Pigs of Wildorado, Texas. Thank you for your sponsorship of our program. Class 2 Yorks, please bring them to the Star Show. Class 2 Yorks.
Okay. I don't know. I don't even know how to do it. I don't care. I'll do it. I mean, we'll just tell me. It don't matter. I love you. Oh, you do it. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, y'all just tell me which one. I'll get out. Yeah, I don't know. The Feltmans came to Mom and Dad's party last night straight from here. And she felt so bad. She walked in. I was happy to be right there. Oh my God, I didn't realize. And I was worried about it. And I said, she's fine. Come on in. And they weren't. They didn't look bad. It's just they felt out of place, you know. So, and yeah, oh hell, Mom and Dad were glad they came. I'm behind you, Benny. Right here.
It's another reminder, we ask that you do not water or feed your gilts until the sale photo has been taken.
Lampasas FFA, Heiko FFA, and Aradel FFA.
Please bring your Class 2 Yorkshires to the ring. Lampasas, Heiko, and Iredell, you have gilts in this class. Class 2 Yorkshires, bring them to the Stars ring. Lampasas, Heiko, and Iredell, you have gilts in this ring.
Nice classy Yorkshires that get us rolling. Here in the class one, a young lady in the black is one that's just more robust in her cage. She's stouter in her jaw. She's bigger in her legs. She's just got more broodiness and power, if you will, to go ahead and win this class. The one in second, that one's very elegant in terms of her build and her design. She's still square, but she's certainly not a wide power hog by any means. But I appreciate this one in terms of her structural integrity and what she brings to the table in terms of her design and function and go. No doubt. The young lady that comes out next in third, this one is bigger and more robust about her cage. She's busted apart more when she comes right up, then the one in second. My issue with this one is not only her design, but the way she squares up from behind, or lack thereof squaring up from behind. She's one that's obviously good in her cage and body. She wants to drop her pins just a little bit. She's remarkably driven because the showman's fantastic. And however, when you get right in behind that one, I just got to have a square plane from pin off the ground to go ahead and make that one go up any higher. The young lady then that comes out next is one that's neat in terms of her head shape, cool in terms of her throat lash. She's just flatter in terms of her build in relation to some of the others that are out here. But I like that one in terms of her symmetry and the way she hinges her hip and hock. Good one in terms of structural correctness. The young lady that comes out next is one that, of all these, this one was the daintiest in terms of its bones for me. It gets a little flatter through its lower 1/3. One that, here again, remarkably driven, good in terms of its structure and flexibility. Just not enough sheer horsepower and bones for me to go ahead and go any higher.
At this time, we're going to call back our champion and reserve champion purebreds. Please bring your champion and reserve champion purebreds back to the ring. That would be our Berkshires, Chester Whites, Duroc, Hampshire, Landrace, Poland China, and Spots. We need your champion and reserve champion back for our Supreme Drive. placings in our Class 1 Yorkshire class. 10th place, Aaron Epperson, Valley View FFA. 9th place, Kinsley Frischke, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. 8th place, Landon Grigsby, Belton FFA. 7th place, Kaya Williams, Montague County 4-H. 6th place, Jason Flightman, Valley View FFA. 6th place, Sophia Patton, Salado FFA. 4th place, Emily David, Milam County 4-H. 3rd place, Lillian Mann, Coryell County 4-H. 2nd place, Kaylee Elliott, Miles FFA. And our class winner, first Class 1 Yorkshires, Emma Stuckey, Alvarado FFA. Okay, perfect. Thank you. We have a white Yorkshire that's roaming around in the south end of the barn. A white Yorkshire. We're looking for a number, but if you're missing a hog, she's roaming around in the south end of the barn. Reminder to call, we're calling back all champion and reserve champion purebreds from today's show. Champion and reserve champions, please make your way back to the show ring. Berkshires, Chesters, Duroc, Hampshire, Landrace, Poland Chinas, and Spots. We have a York, number 17953. The pig is in the south end of the barn. Still roaming or she had been? Has she been pinned? See, okay, let's see, 17953. 17953 clap. Derek Suarez with Floydata FFA. Derek Suarez with Floydata FFA. Your York is roaming around in the south end of the barn.
Nice pair here, our last class of Yorkshires, and the one that for me is just denser in terms of its skeleton, bigger in terms of its legs, stouter in terms of its jaw. One that obviously is not as heavy condition, and I'm cool with that. In a perfect world, I'd make this one just a tick better at its transition point from its loin into its hip. The young man will be your class champion. The one in second, for me, probably gets out of balance a little bit in terms of being just a tick too chubby even for this judge. It takes away from her just a little bit. Now, she handles it great in terms of the mass and the body that she has on this one. Relative to the other one, I think that one's rear leg is smaller, and I actually think she's soft on her passing, especially her rear passing in terms of the strength to that passing. She's a little throaty for me, gets a little more common through her front one-third, the one that I sure do admire, the amount of mass and broodiness that she has. Young man that comes out next is one here again, a high volume female again, one that looks like what Sal should look like, no doubt. I thought this one was a little steeper in terms of its hip, was a little plainer in terms of its front one-third, and especially when you talk about the crest of this one's neck. That one's got a big old top in it, no doubt, and they've done a fantastic job keeping this one together. But one that definitely looks like what I would just say a brood sow, and doesn't quite have as much of an aesthetically pleasing view within a show range setting. The young lady that comes out next, this is the most knock-kneed and flattest caged of all of them that come out. I appreciate this one in terms of the hinge, so this one's skinned and rear leg. Her transition points are really, really good. One that's just a little bit flatter. The young man that comes out next is one again, very broody, very easy clutching, no doubt. Certainly plainer, not only in terms of its neck and its throat, a little more awkward in terms of its ears and reluctant in terms of its step from behind, but a very good heavyweight class of Yorkshires. Yorkshire we get out to, and for me, it's actually not close for me in terms of just one that's got more arm, more cage, more true width, more power. Young man will be your champion, Yorkshire.
At this time, we need you to bring our top 5 crossbreds from yesterday's show back to the ring. Top 5 crossbreds back to our show ring for our Supreme Drive. Please bring your top 5 crossbreds back to the ring.
You know, when I analyze these for reserve, I just envision melting the fat off this heavyweight, and I still think she has more width and power and function and form, especially off of her rear leg than the other one. She'll be your reserve champion.
Your champion Yorkshire was shown and exhibited by Cooper Goodman of Paradise FFA. The reserve champion by Brooklyn Ort of Valley View FFA.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the barn, we're fixing to take our champion purebreds. Before that, we're going to take photographs with buckles. And then we'll take the top 5 purebreds and show them against the top 5 crossbreds. It's going to take about a 30-minute fight between there. Now, we'll roll right into it. With those top 5 crossbreds, bring them back.
Buckles just went that way. Yeah, you get out there. Gary, we thought you could get out there. Marcus, y'all go out there because we have several people missing. We've got about 8 buckles and we've got several missing. If you don't mind handing them out. Sir?
Introduce them.
No. The purebred champions now? Okay. Wait. You want to do the buckles first, David? Buckles first. Buckles first. At this time, we'd like to recognize our winners with our buckles. We have our champion, which one? Champion Chester or Berkshire? Our champion Berkshire was shown by Lily Boren. She's being presented a buckle by Real Hog Farms of Marion, Texas. Thank you for your sponsorship and congratulations. Our champion Chester was shown by Seth Otten. Our champion buckle for the Chesters was being presented by Jacob Weishuhn of Weishuhn Brothers Show Pigs at Wall. Our champion Duroc, shown and exhibited by Cannon Barker. The buckle is presented by Schwartner Show Pigs, Ballinger, Texas. Our champion Hampshire, shown and exhibited by Macy Spivey. The Hampshire buckle is sponsored by Joe Tidwell of Rocking T Show Pigs. Our champion land race, shown and exhibited by Madison Swintek. Our land race belt buckle is provided by Sundown Bank of Wall, Texas. Are we on Poland's now? Our Poland China, shown and exhibited by Elise Belling. The Poland China buckle is given by Allercamp Farms of Comfort, Texas. And our Yorkshire champion, shown and exhibited by Cooper Goodsman. Our Yorkshire buckle was provided by Fishbacher Show Pigs out of Wildorado, Texas. Thank you all for our buckle sponsorships, and congratulations to our champions. Are we ready? Entering the show ring is our champion Berkshire, shown and exhibited by Lily Boren of Bangs FFA. Our reserve Berkshire was shown and exhibited by J.C. Lane of Stephenville FFA. Our champion Chester White, Seth Otten, Collin County 4-H, showed our champion. Our reserve champion was Landry Mabey of Crawford FFA. Our champion Duroc, shown and exhibited by Cannon Barker of Erath County 4-H. Our reserve champion was shown by Cole Kate of Brock FFA. Our champion Hampshire, shown and exhibited by Macy Spivey of Stephenville FFA. The reserve champion by Blakely Bottleberg of Erath County 4-H. Our landrace champion, shown and exhibited by Madison Swintek of Wimberley FFA. The reserve was by Danzer Bailing of Bryson FFA. Our champion Poland China was shown by Elise Bailing from Bryson FFA. And our reserve champion was Brooklyn Kathy of Paradise FFA. Our champion Spotted was Tucker Ondrzak with Hamilton FFA, and our reserve by Casey Barnes of Lavernia FFA. And our champion Yorkshire, shown and exhibited by Cooper Goodman of Paradise FFA, and our reserve champion was Brooklyn Ort of Valley View FFA. Congratulations to all of our breed champions and reserve breed champions. Good luck to the judges.
for our champion purebred. Congratulations to all the exhibitors and families. It's a really, really good set of pures out here. And I won't go into a speech. I'm not much of a speech guy. I'll get that here at the Grand Drive. But I will tell you, there's one out here that's just, and I always say this, I guess they like get lucky because the top end ones are that way, but there's one out here that's spelled Shane Brennan, and it's really good for this breed, especially where this breed is right now, because I think most of them are a bunch of sissy, hook-legged, no good things. That red one will be your champion.
Our grand champion purebred, shown and exhibited by Cannon Barker of Erath County 4-H. Congratulations, Cannon.
Bring that red one out here, and certainly one that actually does get in the mix. If you think that one doesn't have enough body, you're not just setting the hog and the quality that it is. However, the pig that pushed my champion the most, no doubt, in terms of true build, true squareness, and one that I love for this breed also, but easily the second best hog, the Poland, will be next.
Congratulations to our reserve grand champion purebred, shown and exhibited by Elise Bailing of Bryson FFA. Madeline Stapp, if you're in the barn, Madeline Stapp, we have your registration papers at the announcer stand. Madeline Stapp.
I'm sorry. Hi, Mark. How you doing?
Yeah, I've got like this nice, it's really nice, and I paid a lot of money for it. I mean, I don't know what. What, third or fourth overall? She's right here. That's the one that's missing. What's her name? It was a champion white. Well, I got 4 black ones over there. Okay. She's third overall? The blue? Yes. So she's the one missing. Yeah, the Bridget.
We're looking for our 5 dark crossbreds from yesterday's show. Excuse me, our 5 crossbreds, 5 top crossbreds. We're missing Allie Bridges. Allie Bridges, we need your hog back to the show ring. Our third overall placing went to our Chester champion, which was Seth Oaten of Collin County 4-H. Fourth place overall was our reserve champion Duroc, shown and exhibited by Cole Kate of Brock FFA. And their fifth was our reserve Chester, shown and exhibited by Landry Mabry of Crawford FFA. And at this time, we do need our crosses. Please bring our crosses back from yesterday's show. Our top 5 crosses.
Ladies and gentlemen in the barn, pay attention. We're fixing to do our grand finale here, picking our supreme reserve and getting our top 5. Just a few reminders. If you have a sale gilt, stay in the barn. Please don't feed or water. Keep you comfortable, though. Do not move from your pens until we post the sale order. Then go to the sale lot number pin that corresponds to the pin number that's in the sale. If you would like to have a picture made, now we're going to get pretty busy here in a minute, but we would like to see if we could get you top 5 in that photography area for photographs with our judges. Now these guys don't need to be sitting around here till midnight or so, so we're going to do that with the top 5. Get over there, let's get that done quick. That's it.
At this time, we're still missing our 4th overall top 5 crossbred. That would be Levi Works. Levi Works, we need your crossbred.
Levi's here. We need 3. Okay.
Allie Bridges.
Allie Bridges. Allie Bridges, we need your cross to the ring. Allie Bridges, are you here?
Okay. So that's somebody else. Yes.
Folks, if there's anybody in the barn that can help us find this Bridges girl from that community or knows anything about the situation around that hog, please get up here as quick as you can. We certainly appreciate it.
Allie Bridges with Toller FFA. We found your hog, but we need you or someone from Toller FFA. Allie Bridges, we have your hog. Would someone from Toller FFA please come to the announcer stand? Toller FFA.
We tried. That's what I told you.
She's a champion like Ross.
Our Grand Dark Cross, shown and exhibited by Riata Shope. Our Grand Champion Purebred, Cannon Barker, with our Duroc.
Awesome set here. You can let them rest just a tick. I'm not going to speak a long time. First, I want to say, and I think we should all put our hands together for an awesome crew back here, man. Well, they're good. It takes an army to put on this show, and we got a lot of people working gates and stuff back here. You know, I've been in this business so long, it's pretty cool. I got a couple former customers back there and stuff. Of course, they had to kind of remind me of my name, or their names. I'm getting old, forget and stuff. I'm on third generations of people buying pigs from me. But neat stuff, awesome crew. Thanks for having Justin and I down here today. And I'll let Justin talk once we get to the reserve champion. I'm sure a lot of people perhaps maybe don't know Justin. I'll tell you when he, and I don't know if he even remembers, I don't know, he was maybe 15 years old and he came to my place by himself without his dad. And he wasn't one of those cocky little arrogant kids that thought they knew everything. I could tell he knew a lot because he was, man, I mean, he was nailing. He found them so good.
And he reminds me of myself, just a hard-working farm kid, runs a bunch of cows, runs a few pigs, sharp eye, dominates on the Wisconsin deal, and I just always loved his ability to analyze livestock. So it was fun for me to bring him down here, and I hope he gets a chance to judge a few more shows down here, because I promise he's really, really qualified, and there'll be no games and funny business with him at all. The other thing I guess I'd like to say, and we got a pretty decent crowd, and I'll say this to the kids, and I know most of you are too young to actually listen to this, but we spend so much time in terms of driving miles and looking for the pigs and all the work and effort it takes to put effort into these pigs. And I'll tell you, if you apply that to your life, and the first and most important thing, if you do that in selecting the correct spouse that you're going to marry someday, you're going to have a wonderful life. You have faith, and you have an awesome family, and everything else is going to take care of itself. So, and as parents, I think it's okay to go ahead and tell them that stuff. Thanks. You know, I've been married 29 years, and I promise you I couldn't do it without my wife. She does everything for me, and you know, with this arena, just like you folks, I mean, your kids are so precious, and that's one thing I will say about coming to Texas all these years. Man, you guys are so good at raising your kids. I mean, I'm telling you, they are so polite and so courteous and so disciplined compared to a lot of other states. And I'm not just saying that. That's the truth, and it's so appreciative out here working with your youngsters. I mean, I know it can be frustrating when a goober like me puts your pig third in class that you thought should have won, and you know what? They're not slamming their fists and not throwing whips and not screaming or anything, and man, that's good stuff. You're teaching them good stuff for sure. I guess that's really all I got to say. It's a great program. I know we're getting funky in some of the money and stuff, but it's a deal where it doesn't matter. This project is going to make your kids so great. And we're very fortunate. I got one in vet school, one in PT school, and one in undergraduate. And while they're not all going to agriculture, I don't care. They're going to be successful just like your kids are going to be so successful at whatever they do because of the program that we did here. So thanks, San Angelo, for having me. Fire those deals up. I got to tell you, this is awesome pair out here in terms of the purebred and the cross, and yet the one that for me, no doubt, is your champion, and I like this one a bunch, Champion Cross.
Congratulations to Riata Shope, our champion, our supreme champion at the San Angelo Stock Show. That brings out our reserve cross, shown and exhibited by Easton Weisenhunt.
Well, I'm not going to get real brief, you know, just counting the points that Shane just talked about, but at the same time, just the utmost respect for you guys here at San Angelo and giving me the opportunity to come down here from small town Wisconsin. You know, that's a long ways away from home, but I can promise you, just an exceptional trip, and just the quality of livestock and the quality of kids you guys are raising. Like Shane said out back, you know, if we put you in the dead sea back there, your kids don't lose their aggression. They keep driving, they're calm, they're courteous, and yet they're respectful. And I really pride you guys in raising good kids and good livestock. Let's give all the exhibitors one more good round of applause. You know, pretty big opportunity for me, I guess, from small town Wisconsin, as I said, and you know, nothing but thank you to San Angelo and Shane running. I guess, you know, Shane said 15 years ago, or you know, probably 15 years old, but I remember flipping through a stock edge, seeing the reserve champion there with Indiana State Fair, and just a kid at your guys' age, just a unique hog, you know. And I thought, I don't know this Shane Green, but I need to get to know this guy because I can tell he's got the mean one. And at the time, I don't know if the slogan was the futures were different, but it was pretty close, and that's the way Shane's always seen livestock. Just an outlier species, and yet still just so good about the way he is in terms of a breeder. He's a mentor. He's a role model for me. You know, I guess that from the inside out, I guess not only at raising livestock, I think he's probably one of the best eyes in livestock that I've ever been around, but he's a better family person, and I respect that for him. So one more time, if you would, give him a good round of applause. You know, back to the pigs coming down here, I knew we were going to get into numbers, and I guess, you know, my basic thing is basic livestock evaluation day in, day out, whether you're on the farm, sorting cattle, or sorting the few pigs for the show, or the few show pigs we have for the kids there, but, you know, just second to none in terms of quality as we get down here. And the good ones are really good, and we get these top 10 out here, you know, in each respective breed that we have throughout the day.
Our reserve champion, our reserve supreme champion, shown and exhibited by Easton Weisenhunt. Congratulations, Easton. That will bring out Levi Works as our fourth place cross. That will be Allie Bridges with our third place cross. Allie Bridges.
We're still in the top five, and I asked Justin, should I talk about him a little bit? Hey, this is a big deal, so I'm going to. The Blue Hog here was late for the party, and that's fine and dandy. And yeah, if you guys weren't around yesterday, and that didn't actually look better today, because the top line's not pulled down because it's not as full. I just want to point out why I like this Blue Hog so much, and I feel like I coached lifeguard training in my county for 25 years, and I guess maybe I'm doing that to you too, but if you want to see what an ideal running gear is, it is on this blue one. Now yesterday she was a little shaky in her top and whatever, and she's not perfect at her knee, I'll give you all that. But I am telling you, that is one that grabs the surface, floats and go, big rear leg. That is one incredible rear leg that will be an awesome top, and she is next in your lineup.
Our third overall, shown and exhibited by Allie Bridges. Congratulations, Allie. Brings out our third overall, shown and exhibited by Levi Works.
So I'm never the guy that just judges and throws gears in seconds and then forwards and rotates because that's the way it's supposed to be. I paint them purple in my head, and then we get this other cross out here, and certainly that's one that's fantastic too. And yet there's pure red out here, I gotta say, and it's been ran a while. All these others are fresh from yesterday. So if you're going to judge me on this and being a little short stepping out here, that's fine and dandy. That one for a red one especially because they're all bunch of 50. That one's next in line.
Our fourth overall supreme placing goes to Cannon Barker with his Duroc. Congratulations, Cannon, which will bring out our reserve grand champion Poland, Elis Bailing.
Get them out here again as a cross against the Poland, and once again let's paint them purple, and let's say that the one that out here is the biggest in terms of its cage and the broodiest in terms of its body, and one that's so square in terms of its fundamental correctness, and an outlier for that breed, the Poland's next in line.
Our fifth overall supreme, shown and exhibited by Elise Bailing. Congratulations to our top five overall.
We have one more award to give. It's showmanship, and lots of times the youngsters have already gone home. Folks, she's here. Isabel Ketchum from Huckabee FFA. If you're in the barn, you're our showmanship winner. If you're not, we'll get the information and get all this to you. Does anybody know Isabel Ketchum from Huckabee FFA? Come on out here. They want to take a... Oh, she's not here?